Good morning. I will now open the public hearing on Senate Bill 313. The committee recognizes Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Carol McGuire, representing Merrimack District 29, which is Allenstown, Epsom, and Pittsfield. I'm introducing Senate Bill 313 in lieu of Senator Guida, who is unavailable at the moment. He will be with us this afternoon. And this is a bill to clean up the problem between the OPLC having authority to set fees for the licensing boards and the boards having statutory license fees in their controlling statutes. So the basic part of the bill, which starts on page 2, deletes the statutory fees for a number of boards and says that and refers back to the OPLC's authority to set fees. There's a study committee in parts 1 and 2 that I have an amendment, which you should have already, that deletes the study committee because we also have Senate Bill 330, which has a study committee on the scope, on the operations of the OPLC. And I think the fee authority ought to be combined with that study committee rather than having two separate ones, just have one more extensive study. Other than that, I will try to answer questions. There is one small error that needs to be fixed. The mechanical licensing board has to be corrected so that the fees go into the OPLC fund rather than the general fund because of the change in connections or attachment. Any questions?
Devlekas?
Thank you. Looking at page 3, starting at line 19, it's about, I think that's right, well, 21. As I recall, we had a bill that eliminated the Board of Registration Medical Technicians. And so how's that going to work if that actually makes it through with this bill?
That's a very good point. Assuming that we should assume that the bills we have passed and delete that section as well.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Representative. You have a question?
Do you plan to put in that amendment to change the fee allocation and the what Representative Leckett
I
just pointed out?
haven't had a chance to create it, but I would take care of it.
You're going to take care. Okay.
Representative Goley?
Thank you. Just as I'm going through this, I'm just looking at, and I still have some questions as the executive director in the appointing of members. We're striking out a number of areas where those who seem to have the expertise, and I'm looking particularly under the mechanical licensing board, that at least 4 appointed members, and this is line 11, in consultation with, and the state fire marshal is now stricken out, and it's with the Office of Professional Licensor, with the approval of the executive director shall adopt rules.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make sure we're all set with making sure that it's done correctly and that we make sure it states that the boards specifically are consulted and have recommendations.
Yes, that board is not an advisory board. So this says that it needs an affirmative vote and in I mean, currently the Director, Commissioner of Safety approves the rules, but doesn't actually write them. And I think this would be the same process, that the board develops the rules and the Commissioner of Safety makes the formal adoption after the board's through with it.
Okay, and that was just my concern, because we're striking out the commissioner and the state fire marshal now and just specifically pointing in, this, the executive director.
Yes. That's because the board has been moved, really, the Board of Fire Control. Is that, I know the mechanical board got moved to OPLC. Is the Board of Fire Control been moved? I think we've got somebody from OPLC that might be better able to answer that question than I am.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's looking as though this bill is going to need some corrections. So while you're at it, I noticed on page 3, line 33, ophthalmic dispensing should be OPHTHALMIC.
There's a spelling error? I'm shocked. Ophthalmic dispensers, yes, that's the most likely one to be spelled incorrectly. Okay. It's on line 33, you said?
Yeah,
Okay, and it's spelled correctly on line 36, so it's,
yep, it's correct there.
okay. I suspect this should go, we'll need a little combing to get the
Yeah,
details.
like I
right.
said, as long as you're fixing other things, might as well get fixed too.
Oh, yeah, no sense leaving in a spelling error.
Are there any further questions for Representative McGuire? Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Mr. Trombley? I figured since you were so eager to answer the questions that were asked, we would just put you right in the hot seat.
All right. Morning, my name is Bill Trombley, and I am representing the PFGF HVAC Association of New Hampshire. And we're in favor of 313 as it's written. I mean, I should say, with the amendment of changing the funds to go to the OPLC. And just to answer the question, is the way it's written with the mechanical board is the board has to approve everything, and then we get the approval of either the executive director or the staff, because they help us write the rules, and they're going through the process right now, and it's a pretty good synergy of how they are doing it, because we're plumbers, not lawyers, and we have ideas, and they do the spelling check and the commas and periods and everything else like that. So the association is in favor of 313, and we'll be want to be very active with the study committee when they talk about the fees with the OPLC. It's our belief that the board should have say in what fees are being put onto our licensees, and so we just want to be part of that.
Are there any questions for Mr. Trombley? Representative Sytek?
Mr. Trombley, what's PFGF?
It's plumbers, fuel gas fitters, and HVAC. So it covers the mechanical law. So it's we have about last count about 300 members or so in the state of New Hampshire.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jessica, I know I'm going to slaughter this last name.
Right. Good morning. When I hear Jessica in a pause, I usually know that's my cue. So, good Good morning. My name is Jessica Kalapolidis. I'm the Director for the Division of Enforcement at OPLC, and I am here on behalf of OPLC this morning. OPLC supports SB 313 as amended and its objectives. The one thing we would note, which I think you've already heard, is that the amendment reincorporated the language requiring the mechanical licensing board fees to be deposited in the general fund. And if passed, this would effectively eliminate the board's ability to fund itself through its licensure fees. So OPLC would propose modifying this language to make it clear that these funds are to be deposited in the OPLC fund. The executive director, Lindsay Courtney, had provided a letter to the committee that provided additional details on our position, but I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public? Oh, Representative Schmidt?
I'll get a pink card for you when I'm done. So just for the public's edification to some degree, and also for those members of the committee who are somewhat newer than some of us who've been here for a while, the idea of this bill is in pursuit of the perfection, if you will, of the OPLC, which the committee will have heard in some of our earlier bills where we were trying to pursue the idea of having the administrators on the one side and the practitioners on the other side be focused on their specialties, namely the professionals who are the practitioners of whatever the profession is, should do that which they know best, which is to work on making sure the board works for the benefit of the public, but also the profession, whereas the administrators will focus on the things that they are most experienced at, administration, the law, and so forth and so on. That is something that is an ongoing process with OPLC because it is a relatively new board, and those of us who've been here for a while have been aware of the fact that there have been, levels of imperfection with regard to the initial design of OPLC, and that has led to a fair amount of dissatisfaction among the practitioners and the members of the boards, but also some members of the public that felt that this situation doesn't work all that well and should be improved. And so that's one of the purposes of this bill is to set up the committee to study and make recommendations relative to funding of the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification as it states in the analysis. So that's why the bill is important, among other things that the chair has already spoken to. So I just want to endorse, you see I'm on the bill, so to also let the public know that we are working to make the OPLC work as well as it possibly can for the boards it administers, but also in the interest of serving the public. So that's the idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions, Representative Schmidt? Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any other members from the public that wish to testify? Representative McGuire?
On a purely technical note, I told Senator Gaida we would recess the hearing until he shows up. So please don't close it, just recess it. Thank you.
Seeing no other members, I will go into recess for Senate Bill 313.
And this will need some combing and a more substantial amendment than I had provided. So I'm going to be working on such an amendment. and I would welcome any committee member to point out sections that need correction. Thank you. One o'clock.
Oh, until 1 o'clock? Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Representative Jeff Goley, representing District Hillsborough, District 8, which is Manchester's Ward 1. And here today to introduce Senate Bill 363 FN as amended by the Senate. I will be brief that this just allows certain members of the retirement system to purchase non-qualified service time as Group 2 credible service in order to reduce certain provisions and requirements for retirement. And I will let the individual behind me who followed this through the Senate, Jim Demers, speak to the amended version and the costs that may not be associated with this and how it will go. As well as I see Marty Carlin here too, but I think Jim Demers would be the appropriate person to have up next, seeing Senator D'Alessandro hasn't arrived yet.
Yes, thank you. Fine, Mr. Demers, if you would fill out a pink card, since we're hoping somebody will be able to explain to us why this is worth the bother.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I will fill out a card. I wasn't actually planning on speaking, but I'm happy to. So I'm here today on behalf of two groups, the New Hampshire Police Association and the New Hampshire Troopers Association. So you're going to hear from both organizations after me on why this bill was introduced. So I will just sort of touch on what the Senate did to the bill so that you understand what the bill actually does. So this bill is written so that it only applies to the middle tier Group 2 employees. So if you remember 11 years ago, there was a major reform of the retirement system, and we ended up with 3 tiers of employees. So there was one group that had been in the system long enough, they stayed at a 20-year retirement period. And new hires in Group 1 ended up with a 25-year retirement period. The middle tier is a group of employees who were hired with the understanding it would be 20 years, but it was increased, and it's a sliding scale. So they went from 20 years to anywhere from 21 years to 25 years in order to retire. So this deals with that middle tier group that were hired with an understanding it would be 20, but it was increased to some number between 21 and 25. So the bill before you allows for that middle tier employees to be able to purchase years above the 20-year period to get down to the 20-year period. So let me give you an example. If they were hired 20 years, but the system changed them to 25 years, this bill allows them to purchase and pay the entire expense of those additional 5 years to get back down to the 20 years that they were hired under. So there is a feeling that one of the things that this bill will do will help retain some of the employees who have been leaving early. And you'll hear from one of the people who would testify behind me that we're seeing an unusual trend right now, as you've heard this year, in Group 2, and that is there are people who are actually leaving before they even hit the 20 or 25 years. And it's creating a real retention problem in the area of public safety. So the feeling is that by giving some of these individuals, if they can afford it, the opportunity to buy down to the 20 years, they may stay and do the 20 years that we want. So that's one of the reasons that this bill exists. And when the Senate, when the original version was introduced, it had 2 costs to the governments in this section. So there was the fiscal note projected that there would be a $210,000 cost to local governments and a $30,000 cost to the state. When the Senate Finance Committee worked on this bill, they amended it so that the language requires the individual would have to pick up 100% of the cost. So there is no longer a cost to the local governments or state government in this bill. So the actuary, when they figure out what the years would cost the individual, they will factor in the individual's expense and the government's expense, and the individual pays 100% of that. So this bill has no cost to the state or local governments, and it is hard to estimate how many may take advantage of this, but we do believe it's really going to be small. And I will tell you the reason is because it's potentially $40,000 or $45,000 a year to buy down. So you can imagine that's going to be a fairly small number of people who have that kind of financial resources to take advantage of this. So we think it's a good bill. We think it will help get some of our employees to stay for their 20 years and will help deal with the retention problem that the state is facing. And there are people behind me from the two organizations who would like to speak to this if they may. And I believe, did Senator D'Alessandro walk in? Okay, yes.
Yes.
And Senator D'Alessandro, I think, can speak to what Senate Finance did with this bill as well.
Thank you. Representative Grota has a question?
Thank you. Mr. Demers, can you help me understand how this would retain employees? Because it seems like it's a lot of money,
Mhm.
$45,000 a year. So why would this prevent someone from leaving early?
So if a person has, let's say, 15 years in the system, that means they've got still potentially another 10 years that they have to put in. And we are actually seeing people that are leaving. So if they know they can buy back 5 years, so they only will have to do another 5 years, and it gets them to the 20 years that they were actually hired under, we think there are some that would take advantage of that and stay for the 20 years rather than leave.
There are also
you.
advantages to retiring as a full-service employee rather than retiring and having a vested benefit that you'll get at a later date. If nothing else, the survivor benefit requires you to retire from a Group 2 position. Are there other questions, Representative Fellows?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The estimate for the cost that you stated, 40 to 45,000, how many are they? They're buying years essentially to
Correct.
be added.
Mhm.
So how many years is that equal to, and can people buy like half that amount?
Yes. So the ballpark number of $40,000 or $45,000, as I understand it, is a per year cost. So if somebody were to purchase 5 years, they would spend $200 and some odd $1,000 in order to do that. If they have 5 years above the 20, they could buy one. They could buy two. They could buy any amount that gets them lower, but they can't go below the 20 that they were hired under. So if they had $45,000 and they want to buy 1 year, they could lower it to 24 years. Or if they're in that sliding scale and they went from 20 to 21 years, they could buy 1 year to get them to their 20 years. So obviously it's a different decision for every individual that has to make this. But if someone were to buy all 5 years, it's going to be a significant cost.
Follow up?
I'm a retired state employee. So my recollection is maybe 15 years ago, maybe it was even 20. At one time, Group 1 people could buy extra years. Is this the equivalent of that? Do you know what I'm
Yeah,
talking
so
about?
I do remember there was a period, I don't know if it was quite that long ago, where we opened up a window so that people could buy down years. This is significantly different because that was an opportunity for, I think, almost everybody in the system. This is just aimed at that middle tier Group 2 that has this unique situation where they were hired with one assumption, but it changed when the reforms went through.
Follow up? Yes, the mechanism
Yes,
is the
the-
same, that they will have to come up, get a calculation and pony up a lot of money.
Yes, that is true.
Okay, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think your last remark kind of clarifies my understanding. So we're talking about somebody would have to, they're talking about 5 years, they have to pony up 5 times 40, 200,000 bucks on the barrelhead at one time?
That's a good question. I might have to defer to the retirement system to see if that
See
opportunity.
a lot of heads nodding back there with regard to some of your earlier statements, nodding in agreement. So I think somebody can answer my question if you can't.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be good if I could hold that one for someone else.
All right, thank you. Are there other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me, Representative Sytek.
You talked about buying down. Isn't this buying up? If somebody's at 18 that they buy 2 to buy their way up to 20? I don't understand. the
No,
buy
if
down.
they're actually buying down from, let me use an example. I think it's the best way to do it. So if they are now required to have 25 years to retire, this gives them the ability to buy down to get toward the 20-year number that they were hired under. So it's, I guess there's two ways to look at it, but I see it as buying down to get to the 20 years that they were hired under.
Or, and the glass is half full, I'm sure. Other questions? Yes, follow up.
I might just say that I know somebody that took advantage of that Group 1 buyout. It was wonderful. It was just,
Representative Blackett, you have a question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator D'Alessandro, sorry we started without you, but it looked like there was more interest than I had thought on this.
Well, you have a lot of interest in the bill, and I apologize for my lateness. I was at another meeting, and it's amazing to me that you started right on time. So you
do
get a
our
medal
best,
for that.
thank
You get a bonus for that. All of you get a bonus. For the record, I'm Senator Lou D'Alessandro. I represent District 20, Manchester Wards 3, 4, 10, 11 in the town of Goffstown. I come before you as the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 363. I'm here today to introduce or to bring to your attention Senate Bill 363 as amended by the Senate. A bill would allow Group 2 employees who are in the middle tier category of the retirement system to purchase years to get them back to the 20-year retirement trigger that they had when they were hired. We adjusted the retirement system. You may recall when changes were made to the state retirement program about 11 years ago. The legislature enacted 3 tiers of employees. The first tier is employees who could retire after 20 years. Another tier was the new hires, which had a 25-year retirement. And then there was the middle tier, which includes employees who were hired with the understanding that there was a 20-year retirement, but it was increased on a sliding scale from somewhere between 20 and 25 years. SB 363 deals solely with that middle tier group. As we all know, retention of our state and local law enforcement personnel has become a serious challenge. I indicate that to you in this sense. The state of New Hampshire has 2,000 vacancies as we speak. People are retiring in droves, and we are not able to replace them. That's a serious challenge. At the present time, I believe we have 60 vacancies at state police, 60 vacancies. Recruitment of new hires is extremely problematic, which is placing added pressure on retaining the men and women currently in those jobs. Pressure from the private sector, and in some cases, outright burnout is taking its toll. I'm sure you all read the article in the RAG today about the nurses whose jobs we can't fill. I talked with the superintendent of New Hampshire Hospital. If we could fill every vacancy that we have at New Hampshire Hospital, we would have no waiting list. I'm sure all of you look at the waiting list every day for adults and youngsters. It's long. Think of it as it relates to the retirement situation.
Yes, thank
as to
you,
our state
Senator. If you
employees.
could concentrate on this particular bill.
I will concentrate on the bill, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Employees are leaving well before their 25-year retirement trigger. Senate Bill 363 is designed to help retain those employees who were bumped from the 20 to 25 years by giving them an opportunity to purchase years over the 20-year period to get them back to 20. This is not a bill for everyone because the employees need to purchase those additional years with their own money. Make that perfectly clear. There's no state or local money involved in this. Our amendments at the state level clearly indicate that. All of the money must come from the individual. Because the employee needs to purchase those additional years with their own money, it's costly. But there are some who would take advantage of it, thereby keeping them on the job for the full 20-year period they were originally hired for. We're very fortunate in New Hampshire to have an outstanding group of state and local law enforcement officers who keep us safe day after day. And we have an obligation to maintain and retain this group of dedicated public servants. Senate Bill 363 is a very small step to doing just that for a very limited number of qualifications. I hope you can join me in supporting the bill. The bill as amended, as I said, takes all of the financial responsibility and places it on the individual. So there's no cost to the state or no cost to the local municipality. With that, Madam Chair, I'll conclude my testimony and be happy to address any queries that might be presented.
Thank you. Representative Sitek has one.
Yeah, Senator D'Alessandro, you're on Senate Finance, right?
I am.
Does it strike you as fair, your amendment to make the employee pick up 100%? Let me explain by example.
Yeah.
I happen to know a Salem police officer, let's use Scott as just as out of the blue name, who's missed by a few months the 20-year thing. Are you going to make him pay 100% because he missed by a couple of months? That just doesn't seem right, that there's not some sliding scale, that there's some cost sharing. It just rubs me the wrong way. And I'm asking your opinion on that.
Well, I think that's a great comment. When has it ever been fair, Representative Sitek, how we do things here in the House and in the Senate? When we changed the retirement system, was that fair to all of the people who weren't vested? Did we think about that? We were trying to do something to enhance the viability of the system. No, it isn't fair, but it's an opportunity. And the fairness aspect of it, the way this opportunity can get passed is if the individual bears all of the responsibility, all of the financial responsibility. That's the way it is. And I think there were people sitting in the seats on the Senate side, as you're sitting here, that said, for a municipality to pick up any of the money, that was unfair. For the state to pick up any of the financial costs, that was not fair. So, fairness is an issue that should be pervasive. I mean, we should do everything fairly, right? I mean, shouldn't we be fair in every decision we make? But does that happen? No.
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome.
Representative Allegro has a question, and Representative Bailey.
Thank you. Really, this is a comment by way of clarification. If I understood the question before, it was whether it had to be paid out in a lump sum, or if you look at page 1, lines 9 to 11, it can be paid in installments.
Right.
Wanted to get that in while it was still germane.
It also allows 2 requests per year so that a person could, buy back a month or a year at a time, should they so choose. Representative Bailey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator. What does the 45% that's not costing anything represent? Is that like the present value of all the years of retirement, or between now and 65? Or you say it's not going to cost anything. Where does it come from?
I think gentleman from the retirement system is here, and I think he can address all of those queries. Thank you for the question. I'm sure
Thank
he'll
you.
be happy to address it.
Any, Representative Lakis, you have a question now? Okay, anyone else? Yes, Representative Jude.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Senator Olu. I heard you talk about 60 vacancy. I would like you to explicitly to explain me why we have 60 vacancy.
That's a great question, Representative Judy, and I think we have 2,000 vacancies in state government. Why do we have vacancies in state police? Because we can't recruit and retain. That's a serious problem in state government, but it's a serious problem throughout the entire employment sector. Very difficult to find qualified people. They have to pass the exam, they have to pass the drug test, they have to pass the physical. And people just are not willing to become troopers at this point in time, just like they're not willing to become local law enforcement officers. I would say to you that we have vacancies in every law enforcement agency in our state. These jobs are just very, very difficult to fill at this time. At one time, there were thousands who wanted these jobs. That situation no longer exists. So it's a problem, Representative Judy, and we've got to address it.
Yes.
Okay,
And
thank
pretty
you.
quickly.
Other
Thank
questions for
you,
the
thank you.
senator? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
I'd like to call Mr. Carlin to answer some questions, and then we'll hear from the other people. Please. Numbers come out much better on paper than verbally. What's that? That's fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and for the record, Marty Carlin, representing the New Hampshire Retirement System. I know there's a handout working its way around, so I'll won't address that until it gets to everyone, but I just wanted to say the retirement system doesn't have a position on this bill. We're testifying for informational purposes only. This bill does for the members who are in the retirement system but not yet vested by January 1st of 2012, that cohort of Group 2 members have different minimum age and service requirements for service retirement based on how many years they had in the system as of January 1st of 2012. So the handout shows the transition requirements, which is how the statute refers to it in RSA 100A5. So, for instance, someone who did not have 10 years as of January 1st of 12, but had between 8 and 10, their minimum age in service went from 45 and 20 to 46 and with 21 years of service, and the benefit multiplier also decreases with each group, in that middle tier of Group 2 members. Also on the handout is the number of active members for police and fire in those slots as of last June 30th. That number may have gone down slightly, but that's the universe of people who would be eligible for purchasing this service. Initially, when introduced, the bill was modeled somewhat on the non-qualified service purchase language that Representative Fellows referenced. That was open in 1 year back in 2006. And members with no qualifying event could buy up to 5 years of additional service that would go into their pension calculation when they retired. That was repealed by the legislature after a year. Under that old non-qualified service and under the original version of Senate Bill 363, and I'm talking about the old version just to clarify some questions people had about the cost. Originally, as proposed, the member would be paying both the employer contribution rate and the member contribution rate, in effect at the time to buy each year. So the 45,000 comment came out just saying if an average Group 2 member, in this age bracket, that close to retirement, if they had $100,000 salary, the member and the employer rate combined is about 45% of pay. Obviously, it's going to be dependent on the person's salary. At that formula, the actuary assumed there'd be a little bit of liability created sort of by the principle of self-selection. Anybody who would be advantaged by this probably would take, you wouldn't be looking at the whole universe of people. So the bill was amended now, so the full actuarial cost is assessed individually for each member who wants to purchase the service. So, the underlying, the 45% is sort of a proxy, but, even if you went in with that flat charge, some members may have paid more than they should have under that formula, and some would have paid a little bit less depending on their salary history, how close they are to retirement, how much time they're buying, things like that. So all of our other service purchases through the retirement system are based on an actuarial calculation. The GRS makes these calculators for us basically to run them. So we would be doing the same thing for this as we do for other bills. All of our other service purchases now do require a qualifying event to buy the years, whether it was, you withdrew years before and you can buy those back, or military service, things like that. There is no airtime free service you can just buy. And again, this set is limited to this cohort of group 2. So somebody, who is now in the minimum age and minimum service of 46 and 21 can buy 1 year. Somebody who is in the, minimum age of 48, minimum service of 23 can buy up to 3 years. So, that's how it is set up. The bill, the way it's written, does say not less than 1 year. So we don't read it to allow, buying months. You're buying whole years, based on the language that we're looking at in the bill. So the first set of group 2 members affected by this, the 46 and 21, the person who started on, January 2nd, 2002, would have had their 20 years this year to retire. They'd be eligible beginning early next year for that, and then so on and so forth. So that, and one thing about the bill as well is, on the handout, you see how the benefit multiplier, that's a percentage of the AFC that you accrue for each year of service, goes down. The purchase time is at the 2.5% multiplier, which was the original tier of group 2. So it's a slightly larger, annual multiplier for that. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions anyone may have.
Thank you. Representative Lekis has a question.
Thank you. A couple things. One is, from the retirement system's point of view, do you agree that there will be no cost to the employers or to the state, including, the benefits to retiring as a fully vested person that was mentioned by the chair, other than I noticed there was a startup cost of around $40K. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
that's to build the calculator and to program the pension system itself.
Follow up?
Fine.
Follow up?
And I noticed in your handout, it says this would not accelerate their eligibility for retirement health care. So if they bought down a couple of years, then would they be on their own for whatever they can do for health care for those 2 years until the retiree health care picked in? Is that part of this?
For state retirees, that goes through admin services, and there's a whole different statute when you started and when you became eligible. So admin services on the original bill in the Senate did raise concerns about would this have any implications for the healthcare program, and there was a section that was taken out of this bill. So and again, we don't administer that, but that's the reason. So I'm not sure how many years someone needed in group 2 to qualify for the insurance before, but this is only specific to the retirement system.
I believe it's 20 years at this point. It was 10 years for a while, but I believe it's 20 right now.
And one quick follow-up.
Follow-up?
And that is, I know you can't predict this, but I mean, do you think it's likely that enough people are going to take advantage of this to make this whole thing, including the startup costs, worthwhile? I'm a little skeptical.
It's really hard to say because it's a new type of service purchase for a a specific group of people. So, talking to some of the folks who were working on the bill, and also, on the actuary, we're anywhere, 5% or less of the total population, maybe closer to 2 or 3 is what people are saying. And I think they can probably speak to their groups that they represent, what they're hearing. So we do expect it to be somewhat of a niche piece, but, if it's available for people who have the means and the desire to take advantage of it, we don't have a trouble administering it.
Thank you.
Representative Allegro?
Thank you. On merits, or I should say on the issue of fairness, I think it stands alone on its own merit. But in terms of recruitment and retention, I'm not clear on a couple things. Maybe you can answer my question or someone else can. In terms of recruitment, anyone who hasn't been hired yet is not going to be eligible for this program, correct? So it really won't impact recruitment.
Yeah, correct. This is only for the people who are in the system.
And in terms of retention, anybody who's indicated a desire to buy 1 year is going to be gone in 1 year. Now, but I understand. Am I understanding that correctly, or
They can buy the year at any time. And so they may buy it immediately or when they can afford it or
okay?
sometime before they retire.
So
But
then,
yes,
if I
probably a
understand,
lot of them will be buying it very shortly before they retire.
okay, but technically they can buy it when they're in there for 11 years, saying I don't think I want to do this for another 9 or whatever, and they could buy a year or 2 early. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Representative O'Brien and then Fellow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Collins, this may be just a wee bit out of your league with the NHRS, but basically thinking on the municipal end, where you have a long-term employee, he goes through some contractual raises, perhaps promotions, and he's pretty much at the top of some game. So if this, kind of helps people at that high end go, and you say with retention, there could be a cost factor to the, municipalities or the political subdivisions in hiring people at the lower grade and starting pay to help out. And that could be a hidden benefit of this with the local taxpayers.
I'll concur with your initial statement that it's a little bit out of my league, Representative. but-
Yeah, I kind of figured that. Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a question. You said that it might be 2 or 3%?
It's just a very a guess.
Well, with 1,800 people, 2 or 3% is like 20 or 30, I think, or it's 2 or 3. Let me get my fractions right. 18, yeah. So 20, maybe 20 people. So it's costing us a couple of thousand each to administer this. So I will be looking at listening to the people who are speaking on next.
The uptake certainly could be higher. There's really no way of predicting. It's like if the bill passes and people start getting estimates and deciding it makes sense for them or not, then that's the only time we'll know is after that starts happening.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions? Representative Fellows, yes, sorry.
So I have 2 questions. I'm looking at the bill and starting on line 9. If you could just explain to me exactly what's going on. It says they're not granted the service until it's fully paid for, and something about the money going into the members' annuity savings fund. And my second question is, if they buy the extra credit today, well, not today, but when the bill first is approved, compared to buying it the same amount 2 or 3 years later, is the cost going to go up the longer they wait? So that's 2 questions. This annuity,
Yeah.
when does it take when do they actually have something to hold on to, and what is the issue with the annuity savings fund, and will it cost more if they delay? 3 questions.
I'll take the first the annuity savings fund address that first. Basically, when members contribute, you know, their individual contributions plus any statutory interest credited to them is in the member's individual account, and all of those individual accounts are part of the member annuity savings fund. So in other words, if someone bought a year of service and you know, paid us another, you know, $40,000 to $50,000 to buy that year, that's going to be credited to their individual contributions. You know, so it doesn't, you know, if they chose to cash out when they terminated, they could take all that, they get that money back. If they passed away and they didn't have a, you know, a designated beneficiary for a benefit, that would be paid back to the beneficiary. So basically it's still the member's money when it's in the member annuity savings fund. So that's just sort of, you know, the way that works. And in terms of the cost, I think in general terms, you know, the higher your salary, the closer you are to retirement, you know, the cost is generally speaking going to be larger than somebody who's, you know, 44 versus, you know, 34. You know, they're probably making less, you know, they're farther away from retirement, you know, so the actual cost could be different for that person, you know, but there's a lot of different factors. It's also, you know, what their salary is, you know, what the projected salaries are, how long out, you know, that they have to go to retirement. But generally speaking, yes, it's probably cheaper to buy it sooner than right at the end. But, you know, assumptions do change. So if you know, if we were to change the actual assumptions, if the assumed rate of return went up or down, that would have an impact on the actuarial cost of this. You know, we're not looking at that for another couple of years at the earliest. But, you know, so there are sort of variables in the actuarial world that could play into it. But, you know, generally speaking, yeah, you know, tends to be less expensive to buy it earlier in your career.
Thank you, Representative Groda.
Whether one person takes advantage of this or 20 people, the cost to the New Hampshire retirement system would be $40,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that's a high-end estimate, but yes, yeah. Once the software is set up to accommodate it, you know, it doesn't matter how many.
May I have a follow-up? Thank you. So let's say someone has 9 years to go, and they think that they want to work for another 7. They could, at the time, at time 0, start this extra payment through installments into the New Hampshire retirement system so that they could retire 2 years early if they were indeed supposed to work until 20 years. Is that correct?
The bill does allow for installment payments. Yes, you know, if the bill passes, I would assume the board would work with staff to come up with some written policy on that. We don't have one now because it doesn't exist. But you know, that is if you weren't going to be you weren't eligible to retire for 5 years, you may be able to pay that off in pieces. But again, that'll be the board's final decision. But the bill does allow that to be set up that way.
Okay, and last follow-up. So I just want to make sure that, because you know, as you approach retirement, sometimes things change, and you decide that, let's say you've paid for the 2 years, and you decide you want to stay longer. How flexible is this program going to be for those employees?
Once you've purchased the service, you have the service.
Okay.
And you know there's no, I changed my mind, can I get a refund? I mean, you bought the service, it's in your record. You know, your pension will be based on it. You know, and I had heard anecdotally with the 5 years, there were some people who ended up going out on a disability benefit, so buying the 5 years was kind of pointless for them. But you know, that's, you know, there are risks in life with everything. You know, but this is buying yourself an earlier retirement age, you know, in more years of service in which to base the benefit. So.
Just for clarification, I just want to make sure, I'm not asking for a refund, but let's say that employee, let's say they pay for the 2 years, that 2 years is in their bank,
Yeah.
and they can work a little longer if they wish to.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
You could buy it, but you don't have to go out at the minimum. I mean, if you bought it and then circumstances change and you want to work another 5 or even 10 years, you know,
Yes.
it doesn't force anybody to leave early if they bought the time.
Okay.
They just had more time when they did
Thank
finally
you.
terminate.
Okay, thank you so much.
Other questions? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Carlin. I'd like to call Claudia Cass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. and thank all of you for being here. I'll try and keep it brief. I just wanted to clear up a couple of things. Obviously, I'm not super versed on this. It doesn't sound like anybody really is the exact impact of it. But as I understand it, I know the question was posed about fairness, and I'm glad it was posed because no, it's not feel fair. 11 years ago when they changed our pension system and affected people like myself who had about 6 years of service in at that time, didn't feel fair because this bill never passed. This was Christmas treat onto the omnibus spending bill, and it effectively sentenced me to 3 years in prison. So no, that did not feel fair. This does a little something to help correct that. I didn't start my career in state service. I worked in the private sector for many years, and I came to work for the state when I was 35 years old. With the amendments, with the changes they made to this, I can't retire until I'm 58 years old. I work every day in a prison. I'm outnumbered usually around 150 to 1. Just the other day, about 2-3 days ago, I was working in the kitchen, and I stumbled across a very large gentleman, probably over 6 feet tall, easily over 6 feet tall and several hundred pounds, about to light K2. I was by myself in the kitchen core, and I needed to secure the evidence and secure the inmate. That's what I do for a living. I have a hard enough time doing it at 50, and at 58, I can't. I don't think that I can do this for 8 more years. I just don't think I can. Maybe 5. That was my original deal, is I could retire at 55, and this is hard enough to do at 55. Just to be here today to testify, I had to refuse force. That's because I worked overtime yesterday, and I was forced again this morning, and the prison's running short. It's very taxing. The job that I do is exhausting. Mr. Sytek, I know your wife very well. She sat on the parole board, so she knows me. I let her in every single day, and what's interesting about that, I work 3rd shift. I know her because I worked overtime every day in that particular post. I don't do that anymore. I walk the tiers 16 hours a day, and I am amongst the inmates, usually alone, with a radio that often doesn't work. It's scary. I don't want to do this for 8 more years. I don't really want to do it for 5, but at least it puts the carrot closer. And as he kind of pointed out, or she did as far as vested for benefits, that if I don't make it, my heirs would only get the monies that were put into my account, my individual account. That's just the way our pension system's set up. So my family would get the monies that I put in, and that's it, with some statutory interest. So is it fair? No. Is it cost prohibitive? Perhaps. But what is a year of your life worth? Is it worth $40,000? It is to me. My husband's terminal. I want to be with my grandkids. That's a year of my life. It's about as much as my daughter's spending to buy her condo right now. So, no, it doesn't feel super fair, but it's an opportunity that I might be able to make it to retirement. And I want to make it to retirement. I'm not going to lie. So I'm glad for people like yourself that got to buy your years of service that were much cheaper, military time's cheaper. This is expensive, but it's a matter of worth, and it's, worth it to me. It changes my calculation so that when I do retire, my pension would be a little higher. And that's obviously important because inflation's a reality. And I also get penalized with the windfall tax, so my Social Security is penalized as well. So by being able to even recover just a little bit of what was taken away from us in that omnibus spending bill, it's something. I'm not going to pretend it's not something. It is.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, thank you very much for your service. I just curious, sounding from what you just said, it sounds like you would be willing to, say, take a second mortgage on your house in order to be able to afford this, and you feel that would be a better benefit for you?
I did like the fact that it allows make payments so that I could maybe spread this over the rest of my career And I think that would affect retention because obviously if, I'm spending $120,000, I'm probably going to have to work a few more years, to make those types of payments. But that would make it, so that I could still retire at 55. And, that's important to me. And that changes the calculation because I was looking at leaving state service to start undoing my windfall tax. So there's a few benefits for me in that.
Okay, thank you. Representative Sitek?
Can I tell Donna you said hello?
Could you please? I'm sorry I wasn't invited to the retirement party. I would have been there.
Well,
Madam Chair.
yes, Representative Judy.
Yes. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because I heard you say the radio is broken.
Pardon me?
The radio is broken, and then you work around.
Quite often our radios fail to function. We have a problem with the equipment. It's, I guess, old. The batteries just tend not to work, and we have to share them. So they don't indicate when they're dying. So you find out. This was the second time that I was in the kitchen core, and I caught an offender with drugs. And the first time my radio did fail to function. As I called for the response team, they couldn't hear me because when you key your radio, it beeps. And so they couldn't hear my transmission and didn't know where I was, so I was left alone to wrestle the inmate. But I was a younger girl at the time. This time I was looking, he's a big guy. I wanted to be like, ooh, I don't see that, and walk away, but that's not what you pay me for, and I did my job. Fortunately, it worked out very well.
Wow.
Yes.
And my radio did work, by the way, so backup
Sorry
came.
about that.
Other,
I'm really sorry about that.
are there other questions? And thank you very much for taking the time to share this with us.
Thank you all for your service.
Joseph Ebert?
Good morning, members of the committee, Madam Chairman, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Joseph Ebert. It's E-B-E-R-T. I'm a major with the State Police. I oversee our Investigative Services Bureau. I think it's very important for you to know that, so you have an understanding of why this bill is so important to me. But I also think it's important for you to know that I've taken time off today to be here. So I'm not here representing the Division of State Police. I'm here representing myself. But if not given the context, I would certainly question why this individual was sitting before me. So there's been numerous things that have been covered before my testimony, so I will try and keep this as condensed as possible. But I'm clearly very passionate about this particular bill. I wanted to start by just saying to you, I began my career, my professional career, after graduate school. I went to work for a medical software company. I was living in the Metro Boston area. I felt like this was a way to repay my loans. It certainly was, but I felt unfulfilled with the position. It didn't seem to fulfill what I thought was a noble profession. Nothing wrong with it. Just I felt like, okay, there's something bigger, something different that I can do. So I began the process to become a New Hampshire State Trooper. I am incredibly glad, grateful, and humbled to have been part of the division for nearly 20 years now. And I left my job in medical software. I came home to the state of New Hampshire. And I did that based on a number of different factors. I did that because I felt, most importantly, like this was a noble profession that I could make an impact on not just my community, but my state, my home state. I also did that in part on the notion, as I sat down and they gave me my benefits package at the time. They handed me a blue trifold that said, "This is your retirement. In 20 years from now, these are the benefits that you'll get." And I certainly took that into consideration. It wasn't the only factor, but I certainly took that into consideration that, okay, in 20 years, I can start another career. I'll be 45 years old. I'm still very young. I can move on and I can start anew. So with that in mind, I wanted to put in perspective where I was when the changes took place. I had 9 years and 5 months on, so I fell about 7 months short of the marker of being vested in the system. And that was really a difficult time for me. I don't want to rehash that. There was certainly lots of testimony that happened at the time that people were very passionate about it. I was very passionate about it. But what I accepted was, although I didn't agree with it, I understood the need to make the system foundationally sound. Nobody cares about the retirement system being financially sound more than those of us who are in it. So I didn't agree with the way that it took place, but I did understand the reason that it was happening. So oftentimes I speak to people and they ask me like, well, what is the big deal? Like, you're extended 1 year. Why is this an issue for you? Like, just do one more year. And I try and explain to them the difference between my profession, what you've heard from a member of the correctional department, and what you'll hear from other people who come behind me. But my profession is not a 9-to-5 job. It is much different from that. I was indoctrinated into that in my first year in the state police, where I was required to live in the barracks and move around the state. And I enjoyed that. It was a tremendous experience. But from 2004, when I entered into the crisis negotiation unit, and in 2008, when I entered into our major crime unit, until present day, I've been on call 365 days a year, 7 days a week, and that's part of the responsibility of the job. So my phone rings in my current position, overseeing the homicide unit, the narcotics unit, the cyber investigations unit, our terrorism and intelligence unit. My phone rings all night long, all day long. I've accepted, as has my family, that when I'm at funerals, weddings, holidays, vacations, that when that phone rings, it's my responsibility to pick up the phone and to ensure that if I have to respond, I do. And if I can deal with what needs to be dealt with over the phone, that I do that and I step away from whatever I'm doing. And I do that because the decisions that are going on are life and death decisions, both for members of the public, but also for my fellow troopers. So I take that very seriously. I won't bore you with 20 years of what took place in my career, but I will tell you that I've had occasion to be exposed to HIV, a very difficult conversation to have with your spouse when you're trying to start a family and you're exposed to a bloodborne pathogen. And as much as I want to say, it was a unique situation. It wasn't. I was on the midnight shift with 6 other troopers at the time. All 6 of them had been exposed to either HIV, hepatitis, or some other bloodborne pathogen from biting, spitting, fighting, exchange of blood. These are the things that happen. So I've talked in the Senate about this as well, and I would share with you that I've dealt because of my career path, I've dealt with more dead people, dead children than I can even remember. And I will tell you that each one of those individuals that you have contact with, each deceased individual and their family leave an indelible mark on you as a person. And lastly, I would just point out over the 20-year period, I've unfortunately had the occasion to bury some of my friends. Those individuals who, in the line of duty, have given their life, and then, unfortunately, in some circumstances, have taken their life. It's a difficult career. But what I want to point out to this committee, what I really want to get across to you is, I've never once asked for sympathy for the experiences that I've had, because I truly believe that I knew going in the front door, I knew what I said I would do. I knew that these things could happen. And now, at 25 years old, I may not have envisioned that they would all happen, but I knew the dangers of the job, and I accepted that. And the retirement changes were so difficult for me because I felt like on those days when it was really, really difficult, when I was being asked to do something that I knew was either going to put my life at great risk or put my mental health at great risk, I knew it didn't matter. I said I would do it, so I would do it. And I felt like when the retirement changes, whether right or wrong, came through, when it became the really, really tough day for the state, instead of the state bearing that burden, a lot of it was shifted to the employee. And again, I understand why it was done, but it was difficult for me to internalize. So, one of the things that I wanted to make sure that I pointed out is I think that this bill strikes a real balance between the goal of keeping the system healthy and keeping the mental health of the employee healthy. You've heard an awful lot about the fact that this is a retention bill. I truly believe that it is. For those troopers who are staring down 9 more years who have the possibility of buying 4 and shrinking that, this is truly a retention bill for them. For myself, at the other end of the spectrum, this isn't necessarily a retention bill for me. This is an opportunity to leave and be with my family. I leave you with this, that for the last 20 years, I've prided myself on putting the state of New Hampshire and the Division of State Police first. Whenever the phone rang, I went, and sometimes begrudgingly, but I always went. I never turned away from the duty that I said that I would do. But I would ask that you consider passage of this bill and return to me the ability to put my family first, starting on August 2nd of this coming year, August 2nd of 2022. So I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this morning, and I am more than willing to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No, I think you covered everything very nicely. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, members of the committee and Madam Chairwoman.
Frank Swerlo.
Good morning. My name's Frank Swerko. It's not the first time I've heard Swerlo either, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this issue. I am a parole and probation officer for the state of New Hampshire. I currently work out of the Manchester District Office, where there are 12 officers and 1 chief. We all carry about 100 cases, 100 individuals that we supervise. Don't ask me how we supervise that many people, but you may not like the answer. We pull it off. I'm also the president of the Probation Parole Officers Association, and I'm on the board of directors for the New Hampshire Police Association. I have grown up around law enforcement. My father, uncles, my brother is my little brother is on the Manchester Fire Department currently. He's also in the middle group, as am I, and many other people I work with. So you can say it runs in the blood when it comes to my family. We obviously have a lot of friends in law enforcement. I've grown up with them. And one thing I've noticed over the years is that people came from all over the country to come work in New Hampshire. Arizona, New York, Florida, Texas. I've known people from all over the country who came and worked in New Hampshire. I believe that's largely because of the benefits New Hampshire offered and the retirement system. You don't see that anymore. I think that the instability of the retirement system and the unpredictability has affected people coming to work in New Hampshire. And you talk about recruitment, I think that's a large part of it. I know that's one of the reasons I wanted to come into this line of work. I'm not sure that I would want to, if I knew then what I know now, I'm not sure that I would want to be in this line of work with some of the things I've had to deal with and my family's dealt with in their career. But I do think recruitment and retention is a main part of this bill. I was still young. I had about 5 or 6 years on the job when all these conversations initially took place and the change took place in 2012. I wasn't as involved as I should have been or would have liked to have been, but I was young and dumb and had a young family. You know, my first marriage was deteriorating because of the hours that I was working at the prison, largely, not all, but largely because of the crazy schedule. I think we all know about the issues at the prison. But in recent years, I've educated myself more and more about the issues that led up to that and the possible reasons for the proposed changes and what eventually changed. And I can say that I understand them. I almost understand them. And then one thing always strikes me, something that I deal with in my role as the president of a union, and that is what's right is right. When you deal with any issue or take a position or any fight, you look at it. Is this a reasonable situation? Is what we're looking for reasonable, and is it right? And I believe this bill is right. It doesn't correct what many of us feel was the wrong done to us in 2012, but I think it's a step in the right direction for a lot of reasons which have already been spoken to today. So with that, I leave you. I do want to mention that I think New Hampshire's been lucky enough not to be in some of these national headlines over the last few years, and I think the recruitment, the people that have been attracted to New Hampshire law enforcement specifically is a large reason for that. So thank you for the time, and I'll take any questions
Okay.
if anybody has any.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you again. Mr. Regassa?
Can you hear me? Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'm here to... Yes, my name is Saifu Ragasa. Last name is spelled R-A-G-A-S-S-A. And you pronounce it correctly, Madam Chair.
I couldn't read the first name, but the last one was obvious.
That's all right. Currently, I'm the president of Chief Probation Parole Officers in state of New Hampshire. I am also a taxpayer and resident of this state, and I have done so for a little over 20 years now. The question before us is about this bill. Do I support this bill? Yes, I support this bill. Do I support it because this is the best bill that would restore what was taken away from the hard and dedicated first responders? Not really. As Representative Sitek stated, that is this bill even a fair bill? Would this give the ability for members equally to purchase the time? The answer is no. But this bill is better than what is the current practice in this state. I am, similarly to the police officer Representative Sitek mentioned, I was 2 months away from my being vested when they changed this law. So when we talk about fairness, is this fair to ask the member to pay $40,000? The question will be also, was it fair to change the law against individuals who were promised to do something, who were told you can retire at the age of 45 or 20, but then midway through their career, change it and retroactively affect those members? That wasn't fair either. So we are caught in that dilemma of, yes, it will give us the opportunity to buy the time. It will also help with retention of those who would leave otherwise. And I'll tell you, I have members who have currently served the state for 17 or 16 years and looking into some form of private sector job, which gives them the flexibility to work from home, from remote area. And oftentimes I hear, why would you do it? You already have 16 years. And the answer I always get is that, no, the added years have really contributed to this trust level that I have about the system. So would this serve as a retention? Yeah, it would. At least those people say, okay, I can at least retire in a time frame I was promised, even though it's going to be costly for me, even though the individual will bear the responsibility of paying 100% of that contribution. But at least that person can retire as promised. That's the only benefit. So for many reasons that I would support this bill, I'm not happy about it. The fact the cost that is from the employee 100% is another challenge for us. And but I have to say that it is better than what the current practice is. And that's why you all heard it from us. You heard from the correctional officer, the police officer, the probation officer. You're hearing it from me. We're not highly enthusiastic about this bill. Wow, it's going to fix everything. But it will be different than what the current practice is, which left a bad taste in our mouths. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? I think you think you covered it very well.
Thank you very much.
Michael Giha? And I do hope you don't plan to take full 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Michael Gia, G-E-H-A. I'm the president of the New Hampshire Police Association. I'm also a detective with the Salem, New Hampshire Police Department. You have heard several times this session that the state of New Hampshire and just about every city and town are facing serious employment challenges in the public safety area, especially law enforcement. Our state police now have 61 unfilled openings, and local communities are finding the applicant pool to be extremely tight. With that, cities and towns are competing against each other for not only new hires, but in retaining existing personnel. Competition from the private sector, and in some cases outright burnout, are adding to this very concerning public safety problem. We are now experiencing an out of the ordinary trend with a growing number of employees who are leaving before they even reach their 20 or 25 years. That is something none of us could have contemplated just a couple of years ago. SB 363 is a small tool that will help in retaining some individuals who might be thinking about leaving early. And quite frankly, the economics make sense. Local communities spend on average approximately $50,000 to $75,000 to train and equip each new police officer. Each time one leaves, the new hire training costs hit the local budget. I realize this bill isn't for everyone, but for the small number in the middle tier who have the money to buy years to get them down to the 20-year period. When they were hired under, this may help keep them in their position longer rather than leaving early. This bill was amended in the Senate to clarify that the entire cost would be covered by employees. There is no cost to the state or local communities. We need to do everything possible to encourage individuals to work their full pre-retirement term. And we need to do everything possible to make sure the citizens of the state receive the law enforcement protection that is needed as well as they deserve. This bill will help accomplish those goals. I was hired back in 1999, and I get asked this question all the time. Why are you still here? And my answer is always the same. I love my job. So, on behalf of New Hampshire Police Association, we urge you to pass SB 363. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I don't see any, so thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 363?
I just have a question, Madam Chair. A police officer just testified, has he was reading something. Can you hand that? Can you give us your written document?
Okay, thank you. There is no other person testifying. I'm going to close the hearing and open the hearing on Senate Bill 438. No one has yet signed up to testify, but I see the prime sponsor, Senator Sherman. He's Thank you. Oh, good. No, give it to our clerk. Otto. That's fine. I don't want a copy. I have enough paper. Senator, oh, you do have written testimony. Yes, sir. Senator Sherman. Governor. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's what the bill says.
You buy it.
It specifically says you may buy up a year, Yeah, that's on the, toward the bottom of page 1.
Representative Fellows, my friend who bought into their Group 1 had to do it on the spot.
Anyway. Yes, Senator.
Ready?
Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Senator Tom Sherman, District 24, comprising 11 towns over on the seacoast. I am here to introduce SB 438 FN Local, establishing state and local procurement policies intended to promote the use of American materials. We have 4 major steel fabricating plants in New Hampshire. One of these is in my district in Greenland, Novel Iron Works. I had a tour of this complex followed by a discussion with Holly Novoletsky, the owner and CEO of the company. These companies are responsible employers with dedicated employees, but they are competing with foreign manufacturers for work in New Hampshire and across New England. I learned that the playing field is anything but level, with many of these foreign producers, due to government support, favorable tax structures, or exchange rates, able to offer their products at such low prices that our own in-state manufacturers cannot compete. Our Granite State fabricators have compelling stories of being unable to bid for contracts even in the cities and municipalities in which their factories are located. The concept behind this bill is not new. It is standard of practice for federal highway projects. Recently, there's been a movement in state legislatures across the country to level the playing field to support American-made products by ensuring that they are utilized in these publicly funded projects. One critical lesson we have learned during COVID is the price of outsourcing manufacturing beyond U.S. borders. Whether it was PPE, plexiglass, ventilators, or other products essential to protecting the health of Americans during the pandemic, lack of availability within the United States created significant barriers to access during the crisis. And persistent, broad foreign supply chain shortages continue to drive up consumer prices here at home. Supporting U.S.-based manufacturing as anticipated in this bill ensures that there will be a high-quality production on American soil, supports local job growth with excellent wages and benefits, and represents a direct investment in our own businesses and economy. While some may claim that this might drive up costs, at least 21 states have laws that require government preference for American-made materials and products. 38 states have in-state procurement preferences for manufacturers, and specifically every $1 spent on domestic fabricated steel has generated about $1.50 in subsequent economic activity. Similar legislation passed recently in New Jersey and did so unanimously in the Texas legislature. It's now under consideration in Massachusetts, and interestingly, countries that represent current foreign sources of similar products allow their regional governments and provinces to pass the exact same type of guardrails contemplated in this bill to support their own local industries. This is not simply a matter of New Hampshire jobs and businesses. It has grown, in my estimation, to be an issue of national economic security and independence. In the Senate, after introducing SB 438 and hearing the testimony from the contractors and from the Municipal Association, as well as many others, we sat down as a group, and this was attended by the chair, and amended the bill to what you have before you today. All stakeholders have signed off on this bill, and it's much better than what I introduced, which is so often the case here in the legislature. We refined the definition to be more specific. We put in place metrics for implementation as well as a waiver process, and we made sure that compliance and accountability had some teeth, using standard language from the Department of Revenue Administration for similar processes. While allowing for appropriate exemption, this bill requires the state to reinvest taxpayer dollars in our own local, regional, and statewide economies. Please join me in supporting this strategic investment in New Hampshire businesses, employees, and communities by voting ought to pass on this Buy American bill, SB 438. Thank you so much. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Marsh and then Schuett.
Thank you, Senator, for coming to us today. As you know, I grew up in the city of Pittsburgh and did a little studying of the steel industry like most people growing up in the city of Pittsburgh did. Do we actually have smelters in New Hampshire, or are they just steel fabricators?
That's beyond my pay grade, but there are people here from all of the fabricator companies, and they can answer that question. Sorry.
Excellent. Can I ask another question, Madam Chair?
Follow-up
question. Did the Senate receive any input from the Canadian Consul General in fabricating this bill?
Yeah, nice choice of words. The bill was fabricated. I do believe, I'd have to go back and look at the committee report, but I do think there was someone testifying on behalf of Canada there.
Thank you.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator. I see that this bill refers to contracts involving at least $1 million. Does the state have many contracts lower than that, or how many? What's the
But
balance?
I would say, yes, the state has numerous small contracts, and this was really sort of to set a threshold where this would kick in. And in general, this might be a better question for the fabricators, but when you're talking about large steel fabrication projects, you're typically up into much more expensive projects.
Other questions? Representative Legro.
Thank you. Is there a guardrail in the bill to keep contractors from the less than honorable practice of breaking a $2 million contract into two $1 million contracts?
I believe that's beyond the scope of this
Right.
bill.
Yeah.
Okay, so the answer is no.
No.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much.
I see that all the steel fabricators who expect to benefit from this bill are here. Is there anyone who wished to testify who is not a steel and iron fabricator? All right, seeing none, thank you. I'll call Adam Fallon.
Paperwork. Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you for having me this morning. I'm a little out of order, but that's okay. I'll start off, and you'll certainly hear from the fabricators involved. I come at things from a slightly different perspective. I'd actually be someone who would work with the fabricators downstream, as I work with USI. So I'm actually an insurance broker. My background, to give you a little perspective, is I spent 10 years in the welding industry working for Lincoln Electric. So I actually had the pleasure of working with many of these companies and many others throughout all of New England of varying sizes. For the last 6 years, I've spent my time in the risk management world and insurance. So although my role has changed clearly, it's always been a part of me in that welding world. I still have my welding gear. I'm still certainly capable of it, and it's an industry that I certainly enjoy working with. Ultimately, I'm in support of this bill because I want to see our publicly available dollars for projects like this to stay in New Hampshire and to be invested in the local communities. We all know that the silver tsunami is a real thing, and the next generation needs local jobs. Part of my job when I was at Lincoln Electric in the welding world was working with groups like Swerko School of Technology, on which I was on the board. I live in Exeter, so it's just down the road from me. I also worked with other technical programs like White Mountain Community College and Manchester Community College. In fact, I actually ran the Skills USA competition for a few years in New Hampshire as well. So I've had the benefit and joy of seeing some of these students and just seeing how much it means to them, and to have jobs available to them when they get out of these schools and have a place to go that is local to the communities that they live in, whether that's in Greenland, Berlin, or anywhere in between. Another piece to this puzzle is that as an insurance broker, I look at things from a different perspective. When steel fabricators have more work and they have more employees, that leads to more things like workers' comp premiums. And what does that mean for us? That means we can hire more people for our own industry. That's account managers, producers, lost control personnel, etc. It also leads to help us gather some additional analytical information, so then we can use that to further our research within the industry and hopefully make it safer for those who are participating. So needless to say, I thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Stephen Chasik. If anyone else has testimony, written testimony to provide, please give it to us now if you don't mind.
Good morning. I'd first like to thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Bill 438. My name is Stephen Chasey, and I'm the owner and president of SL Chasey Steel in Hudson, New Hampshire. SL Chasey Steel has been in business for 32 years. We currently have over 170 employees. Most of our employees live in New Hampshire. Many grew up in New Hampshire. They pay real estate taxes in New Hampshire and have graduated from New Hampshire schools. Now they are raising their own children in New Hampshire or sending them to New Hampshire schools. I'm here to testify from my own personal experience. SL Chasey Steel and my fellow New Hampshire and New England-based steel fabricators see more structural steel buildings being fabricated outside of the United States. New Hampshire's state, city, and town tax dollars that are being used to fund municipal construction projects are going to foreign steel fabrication companies instead of local New Hampshire-based companies like ours. I see local schools that our employees' children attend being fabricated outside of this country. These children never had the opportunity to say to their classmates, "My father and my mother built our school," when in fact their parents' tax dollars paid for the school. Through flawed procurement laws, our state, city, and town tax dollars, money meant to strengthen New Hampshire's economy, leaves the country when foreign steel fabricators are awarded work on the public construction projects. In effect, we are bolstering another country's economy instead of our own. The situation has gotten to a point where it's almost a waste of resources to even bid on these projects. Foreign steel fabrication companies are often financially subsidized by their governments and/or enjoy favorable currency exchanges with the United States, enabling them to repeatedly undercut American fabricators in the bidding process. When foreign fabricated steel is purchased, there is no economic benefit to the domestic economy. As I'm sure you know, local spending has significant economic impacts on local and regional economies because of the multiplier effect. Local spending has multiplier impacts on employment, income, and tax revenues. Simply stated, for every dollar spent on domestic fabricated steel, $1.50 is generated in domestic economic activity. For every dollar spent on foreign fabricated steel, $0 are generated in domestic economic activity. Income associated with steel fabrication will result in income to local residents. This income will be spent on local goods and services such as restaurants, lodging, hardware stores, and other local industries. If these public construction projects are awarded to foreign firms, then the economic benefits will be demonstrated in the foreign economies, thus resulting in zero economic stimulus to the local, regional, and national economies. We need you, our state government, to support Senate Bill 438 and keep our tax dollars here in New Hampshire. I thank you for your time and consideration of this matter.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Sytek?
Mr. Chassie, you are, I don't know what's going on. How can when I saw this, I thought you're smelting, taking ore and making the pictures of the blast furnaces. You're talking about fabrication.
Correct.
Well, how does a foreign company come in and do fabrication? I don't understand that.
They fabricate in a different country, they truck it to New Hampshire, and then they hire or they have their own erectors that erect the steel in New Hampshire. So the steel is actually fabricated in a different country by that company's or that company that is in that country, their employees, not our employees. They ship it to the United States and then they install it.
Salem just built hospital. I can't think of the name right. Mass General has built something there, and I saw that all the steel framework. Amazing how the steel's holding that whole building up.
Yep.
Who where did that, how would this affect, that's private, but assuming it was a government thing, how, you buy the same steel from somebody to build the thing. I'm really at a loss to understand how.
They can fabricate steel cheaper. They bring 60 cents into the United States and leave with $1. The exchange rate is so much different. There's their government pays for their electricity in their shops. There's just so many different factors going on where they can come in and sell steel for basically below our cost. There were tariffs on steel coming into the United States. They didn't see those tariffs. We were paying more for steel than they were paying for steel. So there's many, many factors where they can undercut us. And it's gotten to a point where many steel fabrication companies have gone out of business over the years in New Hampshire and Massachusetts. They just can't compete on the bigger jobs, on the public jobs. Just about any school in Massachusetts has been fabricated by foreign steel fabricators, many in New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you. Representative Marsh and then Garota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if, and thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering if you can answer the question that I asked Senator Sherman, which is, since you're fabricating steel, where do you get the raw material that you fabricate into your final product?
Correct. There are many mills in the United States and throughout the world that process the material from iron ore, from scrap metal. They form it into different sized members, different shapes, and then it is delivered to fabricators in a certain form, usually in 60-foot lengths, stock lengths of material. So you said you lived in Pennsylvania?
Pittsburgh used to have quite the steel industry.
So a lot of the steel that came to fabricators came from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania back in the day. It comes from other places now, but still there is still quite a bit that is actually processed in United States. But we get it in its form after it's processed, and then we fabricate from that material. No different than a tree being cut down in the woods, and a lumber mill makes the wood, and then a carpenter frames a house out of that wood.
Can I ask a follow-up
Follow
question?
up, yeah.
Yep. If I look at the bill that we're debating here on page 1, line 9, it says the definition of domestic fabricated structural steel shall mean an iron or steel product where all the manufacturing must take place in the United States from the initial melting stage and et cetera. If you're actually importing the steel bars that you're then fabricating, would this then exclude you from?
No. Can you read that again to me? I'm sorry.
What the bill?
Yes, it would. It clearly states that the initial melting stage has to be done in the United States. So you would not be able to buy foreign steel bars.
That if that's the case, that is even that's not a bad thing. Let's put it that way. So all steel for United States buildings, for New Hampshire buildings, should be processed in the United States, and that would also give the companies that actually process the material a leg up, so that they're not dealing with the competition.
Follow up.
One final product. It's my understanding that New Hampshire imports approximately $41 million per year of Canadian steel, which may be where you're getting your raw material from. Should we not, and there was recently a trade agreement with the government of Canada about that. Would it not be reasonable for us to change this definition so we do not get in the way of what's currently been negotiated between the manufacturers, the smelters that you may be getting your raw material from?
I can't answer that. I'm a fabricator. That's more than I have, than the knowledge that I have. I can see us purchasing United States steel as a benefit to the whole country. And I have no problem with that whatsoever, as long as we can all be competitive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Broda.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I had the opportunity to visit Novel Ironworks, and I found it very fascinating. So is your facility similar to that one?
Yes, it is.
And would it be, follow up, excuse me. Might you be interested to have representatives who live in this area visit your facility so that you could show to them how complicated this is?
We'd love to have people come by.
Last question. Could you explain to the committee how your facility or facilities like yours make components from engineering plans so that you're actually building the construction components of the building?
Excuse me, I think that would be fascinating and we'd love to hear it, but I think that's a bit beyond the scope of this particular bill in as much as components are specifically exempted.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stephen Capone?
Good morning, Chair McGuire, Vice Chair Rhodes, committee members. On behalf of the Steel Fabricators of New England, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to submit written testimony and my personal testimony to your committee in support of Bill S. 438. This bill will establish a state and local procurement policies intended to promote the use of American materials. As you review the benefits this bill will bring to our communities, we know that New Hampshire is not alone in this endeavor. The same or similar bills have already been filed in over 20 other states, and more in consideration as we speak. I've included a letter within my distribution package for the state of Massachusetts, signed by multiple companies and organizations, both trade and labor, in support of the Buy American campaign. I'm an owner and president of Capone Iron Corporation in both Raleigh, Mass. And Berlin, New Hampshire. The history of Capone Iron is much like you'll hear from many of the other fabricators testifying today. A company that has been passed on from one generation to the next. I care about our industry and I'm committed to seeing this bill through. I look forward to the economic success this bill will have, not only for our communities, but for our employees, their families, and the surrounding communities in New Hampshire. 10 years ago, I took a chance on the city of Berlin, New Hampshire, and built Capone Iron Corporation North Woods. This is a state-of-the-art facility and offers employment opportunity to an otherwise economically challenged area. Our employees are hardworking, good individuals, people who live, work, and spend locally in our New Hampshire towns and communities. More importantly, in addition to our corporate tax responsibilities, our employees also pay their taxes in these communities. Herein lies our concern. New Hampshire tax dollars meant to invigorate our local economy by way of publicly funded construction projects are instead leaving our state and our country because of current flawed procurement process. Contract awards going to the lowest bidder no matter where they're from, under the misinformed guise of saving money. The reality is, when tax dollars leave our state, we lose more than the initial savings than by choosing a foreign fabricator. The economic multiplier indicates that for every dollar spent, $1.50 is generated in the community. That means more people are employed, more people are spending money locally, and we all benefit from that. But more than that, if the funds continue to leave the state, no one benefits. The perceived savings from choosing the lowest bidder puts people out of work, employers out of business, stores and restaurants then lose customers, they go out of business, and the cycle spins out of control. When publicly funded construction projects are awarded to foreign steel fabricators, we are in effect funding our competition to our own demise while negatively impacting our own communities and supporting theirs. Now think about that. We're funding our own demise. If these projects were awarded to domestic steel fabricators, they would employ more workers, the same workers who spend their money in the communities which they live and work. By all accounts, foreign steel fabrication companies have been decimating our industry for over 2 decades. Many of these companies are subsidized by the governments and enjoy favorable currency exchange, which allows them to repeatedly undercut domestic fabricators in the bidding process. This situation is so bad that my company cannot justify the expense to competitively bid on public construction projects, as we will surely lose to a foreign fabrication company. These projects are often in our own backyard, adding insult to injury. The practice of allowing foreign steel fabricators to bid and win these publicly funded construction projects is destroying our American industry and ultimately impacting the people of New Hampshire and the communities they live in. As our elected officials, we implore you to take action. We need you to support this bill and keep our tax dollars here in New Hampshire. The philosophy is simple. Our tax dollars are meant for publicly construction projects need to stay within our own domestic communities. By way of the economic multiplier, the reinvestment into our own communities will support our local businesses, our employees, and our state economy, not the economies of foreign countries. I thank you for your time and welcome any questions you may have. Please support Bill 438.
Thank you. Representative Fellows has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Capone. I recently read an article in the Union Leader about a company that was manufacturing frames, I think, for Bitcoin computers. Is that your company, or do you?
No, we're a structural steel and miscellaneous iron fabricator, much like the SL Chaseys of the world. We build the superstructures for the buildings that you'll see going up.
Thank you.
Follow up. Can just
Follow up.
so just was what they were doing, is that fabrication also or not?
Probably, Ms., they were doing what they call mining, and which is basically calculations.
Well, that's not my question. My question
Oh.
is about not what's they're building frames for
Oh.
something.
Yeah,
So
I
you don't
know
know?
very little about
Okay.
crypto and all that, and I
Okay.
choose not to.
Okay,
It's
sorry.
scary.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there other questions? Seeing none. Cliff Thornberry.
Hello, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to the committee here. My name is Cliff Thornberry. I'm one of the owners and the president of American Steel Fabricators. We're in Greenfield, New Hampshire, sort of out in the boonies. We're one of the only manufacturing companies in that area, and we employ a lot of the local employees. So there are four main reasons why I'm supporting this bill. And one of them obviously is personal because I'm in this business. But the other three, I think, are national concerns. And the first one is to support the American steel industry. Now, I grew up and spent almost 50 years in Pittsburgh. I lived in the South Hills, not sure where you lived. Okay, so then I moved to Zelienople, so I was a neighbor. So, my father was in the steel industry for Lincoln Electric, and when I was young, he would often take me on Saturday to some of the plants that he visited. And I was able to go at the age of 7 or 8 to a plant called American Bridge, which at the time was the largest steel fabricator in the world in Ambridge, Pennsylvania. They were started by Andrew Carnegie back in the 1850s. They were actually the first corporation in America, the first construction company corporation in the 1850s. They had 15,000 employees in that plant. It's all gone today. It's a shopping center. And when I was in that plant, I saw them fabricating the Twin Towers in New York City, the big panels that when the towers fell, that there was a picture of one standing up. I saw them fabricating those panels because it was very unique.
Excuse me, this is really fascinating, but we have overrun our time a bit, and so if you could concentrate on the bill, I would very much appreciate
Sure.
it.
Anyway, that's one of the reasons I'm supporting the bill. The other one is to support the steel industry because it's the most climate change friendly product compared to concrete. 95% of steel is recycled. It's far and away more environmentally friendly than concrete. The third is to support our local employees. And I just want to relate just an antidote here. I didn't prepare, I'm sorry, written testimony, so you'll have to live with my personal antidote. But There was a project very close to our plant in Peterborough, New Hampshire, for a library. And a lot of our employees live there. Our controller lives there. 2 of our project managers live there. There was a fund established to build this library, and everybody was contributing. And we bid on the library, and we were told by the general contractor we had a good price, and they got the job. A few months later, we said, you're gonna award us this job? Oh, no, we gave it to a Canadian company. They came in and undercut your price by a few $1,000s. And I said, well, does the town know that? Oh yeah, the town manager knows that. I'm not sure the town people knew it. I'm not sure our employees, or my employees have been asking me, why didn't we fabricate this? It's 5 miles from our shop. I live next door to it. I sent money to it. The GC didn't do anything illegal. There was no law that says they couldn't do that. But that's just an example of, and many other people have other similar examples, that we just can't compete with these Canadian companies. I lived there for a year and I worked for a Canadian company back in the 1970s. They get free electricity from the government, so the plant doesn't spend that. They get free health care. So even though that's a cost, the company itself is not spending that cost. They get tax credits. They're generally 10 to 20% cheaper than the American companies, and we're not asking to make a law to prohibit trade. This is only public projects, which is only about 5% of the work in New Hampshire. The other 95% are still private projects. There's nothing, we're not restricting free enterprise. There's really nothing you can do in regard to private industry. We're just asking that our tax dollars go to support American businesses, just like all the other countries do to us. The provinces in Canada do the same thing. That we just want to get a level playing field. So thank you for your time. Any
Okay,
questions?
thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Marsh?
Same question I asked the other guys. Do you know where you get your raw material from?
Oh, sure. So when we lived in Pittsburgh, there were
No, now where do you get your raw material?
Well, we get it in steel mills from the Midwest and the South. And I don't want to see what happened in Pittsburgh happen to New Hampshire. Because when we lived there, there were 60 operating steel mills. There were 88 operating blast furnaces. There's 1 blast furnace left. And it all went to the South. And right now we're being beat out of all the work from Canadians to the North. And I've been in this business for 45 years and I've seen what can happen. And I'm just afraid that our industry, we're not going to have a steel industry in the United States compared to what we do have. You're all probably familiar with the offshore wind projects that are coming. There's the Cape Wind in Massachusetts that's going to build 144 offshore wind towers. Those are going to come from Spain. When I was growing up in Pittsburgh, it would have come from the United States because we were the leader in large structures. No one can make that anymore. It's going to come from Spain. And that's what's going to happen to our industry if we don't do something.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Schmidt? 2. Representative Blackus, you have a question.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I've heard from you and a number of the other people that because you're being undercut by foreign producers because they're apparently being subsidized, you're not able to win bids. On the other hand, and so you're wanting to, a preference for large state contracts. And you said those are about 5% of the steel fabrication business in New Hampshire. But somehow those don't jive for me because how can any of you be in business right now if you can't compete on any projects? Even if we did this, for 5% of the projects in the state, how is that going to save any of these businesses? I don't see it. So if you could answer that for me?
Yeah, sure. So we sort of get like the leftovers and the dregs from a project. Like I recently did a large project at Colby College in Maine, and it was, a 2,000-ton steel project, and we got to fabricate the stairs because Super Metals in Canada got the main structure. And I'm doing a project right now in Woburn, Massachusetts, where we're going to fabricate the stairs and the railings because the superstructure is being done by Bose Atlas in Canada, and that's happening on many projects. If it's a smaller project, will have a better chance to get it because someone already is not as interested, but the larger projects, especially the projects that some of my competitors here bid that are bigger than our plant, if there's a large project and it's private, they don't even bother to bid if there's a Canadian bidder because they know they have no chance to get it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative Sitek.
Look, I'm with you. I'm sitting on this side of the table, but I'm an American. I don't like all the things you're talking about. But what at school do I say at school district meeting when I say when the bids come in and they're cheaper, we're going to say it's $1.50. How do we?
Well,
the taxpayer doesn't care about that. He's looking at his tax bill.
Well, that's true, but let me just give you an example.
Let's, please, briefly.
Okay, so suppose the bid for the steel is $1 million. The project's $10 million. Okay, my bid is $1.1 million. That's $100,000 extra. They give it to the low bidder from Canada for $1 million. They saved $100,000 on a $10 million project, which is 1%. But if it's awarded to our company for $1.1 million, $1 for every dollar spent here, $1.50 goes back into the local economy. So $1.5 million went back into the local economy. So yes, the taxpayers saved $100,000, but $1.5 million went back into the local economy, and everybody paid taxes on that, and everybody was employed. So there's a cost benefit, and you know, someone smarter than me would have to do the calculation for the cost benefit, but there's a big cost benefit when we're looking at a very small part of the project that would get awarded here.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, seeing none, I call Holly Novoletsky.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman, Chairperson, and Vice Chair, for allowing me to speak today in support of Senate Bill 438. Before I jump into this, can I answer some of the questions that have been floating around?
Please, that would probably be much more useful than your reading your testimony.
Okay. So we do not have mills in New Hampshire. We're all structural steel fabricators. We buy our mills, our material domestically from the domestic mills. Our domestic mills are the greenest in the country, in the world. If you buy steel from outside, Chinese steel, for instance, Russian steel, they don't have the same environmental standards or safety standards that we instill here in the United States. Our steel is 96% recycled material. So we are the greenest, and we buy from the mills. The only time we don't buy domestically is if those sizes are not available because our mills don't produce them. As far as Canada and limiting the amount of steel that would come in from Canada, raw material, Canada does not have a mill. They only produce tube. They do not produce structural steel in any mill. They do not have any mills in Canada. What else? As far as your concern about what can this bill do really to help our industry, the Canadians and the foreign fabricators really have targeted our market significantly. They go after the larger jobs. The smaller jobs, less than a couple hundred tons, they really don't deal with. My company, a sweet spot for us, what we are really good at doing is 1,500 to 3,000 ton jobs. Your schools, your hospitals, your water treatment facilities, the high rises in Boston. But those are all being taken by foreign fabricators. So now I am forced to eat into smaller and smaller markets. I have been living on the last couple of years on 30 tons, 50-ton jobs. I am eating into the mom and pop fabricators and going to be pushing them out because they can't compete against me, because I can't compete against the foreign fabricators. So what you do is all downstream. You save our public dollars, our public construction that we as taxpayers, as you as taxpayers are paying. If you allow that to go domestic, and those are the larger jobs, the schools, the libraries, that people, the fabricators here build. You're saving the mom and pops because we're not eating into their markets anymore. I can read you my testimony. I have given you a copy. Can I just highlight one last piece of it?
Yes, just that, we would appreciate that.
Okay. So I wanted to give you an example of what of what this bill would do. We recently bid the Nashua Middle School. It's a project that's gonna go this summer. We came in third. We were third to 2 Canadians. Our bid was $6.9 million. We lost it for $500,000. What happened was the Nashua bought the school for 6.4. They saved $500,000. $6.4 million went to Canada. If they had bought the steel from us for 6.9, they would have paid 6.9 and had 8.5 million reinvested in the local community through the multiplier effect. They had a choice to make. They lost 6.4 in reinvestment. They lost 8.4 in reinvestment by saving $500,000. But that's in my testimony. So, any questions?
No, I think you covered it very thoroughly. Thank you
you.
very much. Dean Chapman?
Good afternoon. Name's Dean Chapman. I'm here representing Rose Steel. It's a family-owned open shop structural steel company located in Greenland, New Hampshire. Rose has been in business since 1983 and employs approximately 40 families. I'm asking your support of the Senate Bill 438, an act establishing state procurement policies intended to promote the use of American materials. SB 438 ensures that publicly funded construction projects be constructed with American-made and American-fabricated structural steel. Our public tax dollars needs to support American workers and local economies. As part of the Structural Steel Erection Company, I've seen time and time again publicly funded construction projects of our critical infrastructure be erected with foreign fabricated structural steel. Schools, hospitals, libraries, universities, and more constructed with foreign fabricated structural steel. Our tax dollars that pay for these projects do not get reinvested into our domestic companies, American workers, and local communities. Instead, those tax dollars get paid to the foreign fabricators who take our tax dollars out of country and out of our communities. I think you should try to support this SB 438 and let our public tax-paid dollars support tax-paying Americans in our communities that actually generated the money for the public dollars to be spent.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 438? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing, and we are due back in 20 minutes.
I blame him. I've been trying to stay very quiet about it. This is it. Don't learn the past. Yeah.
The Select Committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of House ED&A. For the record, my name is Sharon Carson, and I represent Senate District 14, comprising the towns of Londonderry, Hudson, and Auburn. And I have for your consideration this afternoon Senate Bill 443, relative to municipal authority regarding the state building code. This might sound a little familiar because I was in your committee earlier this week, and there was a section in there dealing with this issue. And I hope that you folks will consider the fact that we feel that this is strongly about this issue, so you're seeing it again. This bill provides that the Building Code Review Board shall review proposed municipal amendments to the state building code to confirm that the proposed amendments do not conflict with and are no less stringent than the state building code. This bill also clarifies that fee schedules are not considered amendments to the code and that no fee shall be required to appeal a notice of code violation. Just again, to just give a little bit of background, back in, I believe, 2018, there was a study committee to look at this because we were getting a lot of complaints from the tradespersons that municipalities were adopting codes through ordinance that were really in conflict with state building codes, and or they had gone above those building codes, or they weren't up to date. And as you know, the state for quite a while had some issues dealing with state building codes. And it was at that subcommittee that we started to lay the path to move forward so we could get a timely adoption of the building code, so we weren't so far behind. But one of the issues that came forward again was the fact about the municipal building codes. And so we had decided that we were going to put a process in place to deal with the municipalities. That legislation was filed and it was actually heard in 2019. But unfortunately, it was put into an omnibus bill that was, quite frankly, overwhelming. I believe it had over 40 bills that had been combined into one, and the range of those bills was just about everything that you could imagine. And the House rejected that omnibus bill. I was asked to bring this forward again this year, so that's why we have the legislation in front of us. So at this point, I think I will ask some questions. I answer questions if I can, but the folks from the Building Code Board are here, as well as some of the tradesmen and women, and I think we should really listen to what the tradesmen and women have to say, because they're the ones that have to deal with the code. And one of the things we wanted to do was have a unified code where there would be one place where a tradesperson could go to find out what were the codes in every community as well as the state. And I believe the adoption of this would help that process. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'll try to answer questions.
Are there any questions for the senator? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Philip Sherman? Or Sheeman?
Sure.
Sherman? Okay. Oh, dear God.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Philip Sherman. I speak as chair of the Building Code Review Board. This bill, as amended, reflects many hours working with the New Hampshire Building Officials Association, the Electrical Contractors Business Association, representatives of the Electrical Licensing Board, the Associated General Contractors, the Home Builders Association, the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and the Building Code Review Board, as well as certain individuals who provided valuable input. We've kept the state fire marshal informed along the way, and it now reflects a consensus on an approach that I believe is acceptable to all. The bill as amended by the Senate addresses the original desire for some level of BCRB review of municipal amendments to the state building code, and addresses both the timing of the submission for the BCRB review by cities and towns and the need to allow time for the BCRB itself to review the amendment.
The bill uses the term confirm to stress that our review is only for the purpose of confirming that a proposed amendment does not conflict with and is no less stringent than the state building code, and to confirm with the state fire marshal that it does not conflict with the state fire code. The bill further clarifies that things reserved for the local jurisdiction by statute, such as fee schedules, are not considered amendments and therefore do not need to come before the BCRB. After the amendment is adopted locally, the municipality is required to forward the procedural details of the adoption process in order to provide a high-level check that an amendment was legally adopted. An important last point. The bill defers the effective date until January 1st, 2023, as the BCRB will need to update its rules to address this topic, and it's clear that at least some cities and towns will need time to review their current ordinances and start the process of drafting updates prior to submitting to the BCRB for review. At least one city, for instance, has yet to update their ordinances to the 2015 codes. There's the potential that the BCRB receives a large number of complicated amendments in a short time frame. We look forward to working with the cities and towns during this interim period. Thank you in advance for your efforts on this, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Likas?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just wondering if there's been any ongoing process that's looked at, municipal ordinances related to building codes to verify that they would be okay under this standard, the ones that are currently in existence, because this appears only to address ones going forward.
There has not. Currently, the cities and towns are simply required to send their amendments to the BCRB for posting, not for review. I believe that the grand total of 2 cities or towns have done so. So there's a lot of catch-up to do here.
Yeah. Follow-up? When you say it's a grand total, is that 2 that have made building code changes to their ordinances, or 2 that sent them, but others have made changes and not sent them? Which is it?
2 that have sent them to us. I'm aware that there are many more that have made changes and not sent them to us.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to follow up on Representative Lekas's question, because that's seems to be the salient point at this juncture, and namely how much of the situation we have here, where there are a lot of changes being made, and potentially changes that violate the state building code. It seems like that there has been effectively no or very little review of the changes that are being made at the local level. So can you speak to that general topic along the lines of what Representative Lekas has already started, but my slight amendment, if you will?
Yeah, I think, you put your finger on the issue. There are 2 pieces to this. One are officials who may be creating rules without going through the local ordinance process, and others where ordinances may or may not be adopted that may be less stringent or improperly adopted relative to RSA 155A. There's no statutory review by anybody at this point other than just to post them on the website. So this closes that loop and provides at least a review and confirmation prior to effectiveness.
Follow up. So obviously, to the degree that amendments to the state building code are made, which are more stringent, there's not a problem with that, right? They're entitled to do that as long as it meets the state building code. They can have something more stringent. That has been. I was on the Dover City Council about 25 years ago, and it's my recollection that we were informed, we were trained to believe that we were okay to make a more stringent, unless the state preempted any action by the locality. That was the case in some issues, but to the degree that there's essentially they're supposed to post them. Are they supposed to post them?
Currently,
You said there are only 2 that have done that.
to the best of my knowledge, currently, you're absolutely right. you can amend the code as long as it's more stringent, and all they have to do is send them to us for informational purposes for posting.
Right,
That's
and
the
so,
way it is today.
so follow up on that. So, but the thing is that I know you're a busy board. I've attended some of your meetings in the past, and that it's a big board, and it's very, very active, and a lot of competent, experienced people who would be excellent at reviewing and commenting on local ordinances if they ever saw them. The question is. It doesn't look like there's any review at all.
That's what this is intended to be. However, it's a narrowly focused review. We're calling it confirmation. We're not reviewing it for the technical appropriateness of that, other than is it more stringent than the building code and does it conflict with the state fire code? If somebody wants to do this and we may or may not think they ought to do that, that's not what this is about. We have no say on it.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions? Thank you very much. Representative McGuire?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Carol McGuire, Merrimack 29. And this came out during the study committee on state building codes that we enjoyed last year. And one of the issues, besides the fact that people don't know what the local changes to the building code may be, is that a number of the building codes offer alternatives. You can do it with one type of conduit, or you can do a different type of conduit, and they have the details on how you deal with that particular type of conduit. And either would be acceptable. So it turned out, I believe that was Hollis and some other town adjacent to Hollis that had said, in this town you will use option A, and the other town said you will use option B, which, although they were each individually technically acceptable, it was a major confusion when you're going back and forth across the town lines to say, you know, why is it this alternative is not acceptable in this town? And so that was an anecdotal problem that this will help to solve. There are also many cases of where the town makes an ordinance that, you know, seems good, but it conflicts with one of the building codes or the fire code, and there are no appropriately trained people who are approving it. I mean, I know my select board would not be capable of doing this. And so they come up with an ordinance that sounds good, but is in conflict with state law. And so that's what the intent of this bill is to make sure that the local ordinances are not in conflict with the state building code. They are available to people throughout the state who know what they are, and that they are reviewed by people who are knowledgeable that can say, you know, this is in conflict with our state, with the fire code in this section, which you hadn't considered, or, you know, your next door town has picked the other option, and is this really important? But the Building Code Review Board does not have the authority to cancel. They don't have to approve them. They just have to say, yes, it meets requirements. You town, go ahead and adopt it. For example, I believe the town of Durham chose to relocate itself from climate zones 5, which most of the state is, to climate zone 6, which would ensure greater insulation in the town. Well, that's stricter than the state building code, and it would be so reviewed and say, yes, you can do that, that's within your authority, but make sure everybody knows about it. And so this is for consistency and transparency above all. And I'll try to answer questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Committee Chair, first of all, in leading to my question, I want to salute the fact that you have been paying a lot of attention, and it seems to me like you certainly have made yourself one of the more knowledgeable state legislators anyway with regard to such issues. But I'm very concerned about the situation with the small towns. The bigger cities, I'm sure Dover has a building inspector. As a matter of fact, I know who it used to be. I don't know who it is at the moment. And has an active inspection process and numerous requirements and so forth. But the small towns, very often, is it not the case that the small towns, it's the select board or one of the selectmen who is the building inspector? That seems to me to be an awfully loosey-goosey situation. Can you talk about that?
Well, sure. My town doesn't have, we don't have a building inspector as such. We have a code enforcement officer who checks for a number of code enforcement issues. When we were building our house, we found out he checks for setbacks. He checks for road driveway position, location of the well and the septic. But the actual structure of the house was the responsibility of the contractor. And this bill would not change any of that. And for example, Epsom would not even think about adopting an amendment to the state building code because we don't have any ability to enforce it, and the building code is reasonable. So we wouldn't think about it. I'm sure the amendments are coming from the cities and the larger towns.
Follow up?
Follow up?
So one of the issues that I'm also concerned about is, contractors, and I'll ask if any of them are going to be testifying. I'll ask them the question. But do the masters and even the journeymen, do they not have an ethical responsibility as members of profession with a code of ethics, at least of a sort, to abide by building code requirements?
Yes, they do. And in fact, when you sign a contract with a builder, you generally agree on what building code you're going to use.
And I remember when Dover was building a community works facility, we had a clerk of the works that was employed by the city to oversee the process of the construction and so forth. And I, as the chairman of that committee, went out on frequent occasions to observe the process and noticed that the craftsmen were very, very focused on doing things. And they said, we wonder whether the citizens of Dover have any idea what kind of a very high quality building they're getting. They were very proud of the work that they were doing, which I was gratified to see, because also the engineer, the architect, I should say, who was responsible for the design.
Representative
and so
Schmidt, I'm sorry, is there a question for the representative?
Oh, there's always a question at the end of my dialogue.
Let's get to the question.
So the question is, do you feel that the citizens are sufficiently protected even before this bill with regard to getting what they're paying for?
I don't believe that this bill would change the current situation in any way whatsoever. The matter of building inspectors and supervision of contracts is something that every person or organization that makes a building is responsible for. That's, in your case, the city of Dover, and in my case, Dan and I built a house. We did some supervision. We hired other people to do inspections because we can't, but if you want to, this doesn't affect that. If you want to talk about requiring building inspectors in other towns or whatever, that's an entirely separate piece of legislation.
I think that's important for the committee to know. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Lekis.
Thank you. I think from reading the legislation and a previous answer, I think I know the answer to this, but I'm not sure. And that is, if there are existing building codes created by towns, and they never bothered to send them to the state. Would this have any impact on them at all unless they went to, I guess, update them or something?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't seem to be retrospective. However, the fact that we'd now be looking at future and updated building codes might inspire more towns to send any previous amendments just for information purposes.
Okay, thank you.
We didn't want to impose excessive costs on the towns.
Are there any further questions? Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Abbott?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and for the record committee, my name is Gary Abbott. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire, and we're here today in full support of Senate Bill 443. I first want to recognize the great effort that Senator Carson, Representative McGuire, the Building Code Review Chairman Sherman, and their efforts over the last year. I mean, as you heard before, there are really three bills and they intersect. This is the last one that this committee is going to hear, I guess. So I will stick to that, but I think the other bills matter in your recent questioning. From a contractor perspective, we're fully in support because if towns file their amendments, it'll be in one location for everyone to see online. And that's a great benefit, whether it's the city or town, the construction, architects, just to have it centralized. Because currently, a contractor that does work in different communities has to check with that community for any amendments to the code. So the thought is in the future, those amendments would all be in one place and a great resource, even beyond the check, whether it's either more stringent or less stringent. This will be a great item. I also want to address your discussion regarding old amendments. Understand House Bill 1681 is updating the code. That's happening this year. We're going from 2015 to 2018. Some of those amendments are going to be null and void because the new code's going to have incorporated either a more stringent or a higher standard. So there's going to be a continual practice if a town wants to update an amendment to which code. So as we go through this cycle of getting closer, because we did get behind, as this cycle of codes, I think there'll be less amendments by municipalities because of the reasons you've already heard. The expertise is really with the Building Code Review Board and all of those specialties. That's where and they are the ones reviewing the next code. So I'm looking at it, there'll be less and less need for the towns to update their code feeling that they're behind, since we'll be caught up. So I think, I'm looking at it as in the totality of what's happening within the legislature with all three of the bills. This is one piece that I don't think you have to go back and look, because I think it's going to automatically happen. The amendments are going to be to an older code, not to the newer code. So I think this thing is going to end up being much better for towns, because I think there will be less instances in which they feel the need to go more stringent because the code will be more current. And so I would hope this committee, you have to understand, anytime you have a bill that the home builders, I represent commercial construction, most of our projects are designed by architects. But when you look at all the groups that are involved in this, the building code officials, all of them that have come together and all support this, I think I would hope that the committee would support Senate Bill 443.
Thank you. Representative Lekes?
Thank you. Again, back to, I guess, existing town amendments to the building code. And I understand, we adopt a new building code and their amendments, their building code updates may be obsolete. My question is there any process of cleaning those out other than an architect or a contractor discovers in trying to do some work that there are stale or obsolete or incompatible local town ordinances and somehow, brings that to someone's attention? Or is that stuff basically going to sit there until somebody runs into it as a problem?
My hope is that this is the first step to get that process in. I agree with you. We may have some of those, but I think the Building Code Review Board and working with cities and towns, maybe the Municipal Association, others, we could clean that up. So you're absolutely right. An architect's going to hit that, or a building contractor is going to see that it's not necessary, and hopefully towns will go through the process of removing those amendments if they're not, shouldn't be in place, or updating them. But I think we're going to go through a period of time. I think it would overcomplicate the bill to try to have the Building Code Review Board look at all past amendments all at once. I think that could be problematic moving forward.
Okay, thank you. I agree. I just was concerned for the people having to deal with these codes about having potentially conflicting things they're supposed to.
Yeah, it would be great if this bill goes through and then cities and towns go through this process. I think they'll probably look at all of their amendments and hope that would be what they would do.
Hope so. Thank you.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Abbott, you and I have gone around and around for many years since I got on this committee 16 years ago. And I'm wondering, I mean, this is the live free or die state. And obviously when you have a couple that buys a contractor's services to build a home, if it's a couple like the McGuires, who the Representative McGuire and former Representative McGuire are both very smart people, and she's an engineer. So I think you're going to get a more buyer beware couple than you would in many cases. So, but what I'm concerned about is our situation in New Hampshire way too loosey-goosey with regard to adherence to codes and so forth in areas where the inspection capabilities are much more rudimentary than they are in the cities.
I don't think so. Representing contractors for some 35 years, it's clear that the construction industry wants to build to the latest code or a higher code. We can't build to a lesser code because of the liability issues. Everyone involved in a project, and I think you would hear a lot of newspaper stories if things were being shoddy done, especially in the commercial end. I don't think you get that, and I don't think this bill in any way affects the current inspection process, third-party inspections. A lot of people don't realize there's a lot of processes when you're doing, especially in our case, large commercial projects. There's a number of things that are done for the owner's purpose of testing things. So that's not been an issue for us. And we really look towards the architect to design based on the code that's in place. And I think these three bills really are a complement to straightening out some of the loose ends that we've had in years past, but I don't think it has any effect on the inspection process or all of those, the building code officials. But it's great to have the building code officials that support this as well.
Well, I'm very glad to hear your remarks, because that's very heartening for me as a non-engineer to know that the industry really does care and that it's trying to do things right and improve things. If perhaps you recall, a couple of years ago, we had a discussion in this committee that was facilitated by the fact that we have two former firefighters to my right and several other firefighters on the committee, or had them in the past. And there was a colloquy about whether the construction of the basement, basically the ceiling of the basement, right? There was some kind of more modern or newfangled.
Representative Schmidt, is this a question, or can you keep this for the executive session?
Is it a question?
Is there a question, or can you keep what you're discussing for the executive session?
I think there's a question, because there was a real discussion whether whether that newfangled concept was going to burn through too fast to protect the thing. And my recollection is that the committee wisely turned down at the the insistence of the firefighters that was not, in their opinion, something that was safe. You recall that colloquy?
I do recall that. That really had to do with residential construction, but it is part of the process of amendments that happened with the Building Code Review Board. So I think we're not affecting that process. That clearly was an item that was in negotiations between the parties that you talked about, but I think that was completely resolved. You're going to hit those over the years whenever you have a new code, whether it's through the fire code or whether it's the building code. But I don't think it pertains to this 443 in the sense that this is really about filing amendments from the local level.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, I'm just concerned about the administrative process and how long that's going to take and how long complicated it's going to be after a small town makes a change. They vote on an amendment to the building code. And it just seems very complicated to me that first they have to send it to the board, and the board has to look at it and approve it. And then there's an administrative person involved because they're going to have to hire a new staff. And then it's going to have to be put on the web. And it just seems like a lot of paperwork kind of stuff. And that, is the board going to approve everything it sees within a week or 2 weeks? Or how often does the board meet in town? Little towns have their meetings all at the same time in the spring, basically.
I'm going to say that I'm probably not the best one to talk about this, but I do know the Building Code Review Board Chairman Sherman went through a lot of these same questions when they went through amending it to get it to this point, that a lot of those issues were resolved with how they're not an approval process, they're a review process. And I think right now I recognize that in the statute it says towns are supposed to send it to the Building Code Review Board, but some are not. This gives a little more that there's some indication they get at least whether it is good or bad. I understand your concern, but I think I'm hopeful that with the passage of new codes, there will be less filings and it won't be that big a burden in the long run. There may be a little influx at the beginning, but I don't think it'll be that. Otherwise, I think the Building Code Review Board chairman would be here telling you he didn't want to do this.
Mr. Sherman, did you want to answer that question?
Great escape. So we worked carefully with Margaret Burns from the New Hampshire Municipal Association on this issue, and I only partly understand the forms of town and city government in New Hampshire. But as I understand it, cities have a relatively large degree of
I'm
flexibility.
not even interested in the cities. I'm interested in the small towns. Can you just speak to that?
Okay, so there's a very narrow band of small towns that are involved in this process, and here's the reason why. Unless you have adopted the RSA 674 process, which involves hiring a building inspector and so forth, you can't amend the code. So that cuts off most of the small towns. They have nothing to do with this process because they legally can't amend the code anyway. So there's a fairly narrow band of towns that are large enough to have a building inspector, small enough where these things have to go through the town meeting cycle. So the effort was to provide a time frame that aligned, according to Margaret Burns, with the town meeting cycle, which is the tight one, when things have to be posted and have public hearings and so forth, while still giving the cities, who have much more latitude time-wise because they're dealing with a city council or whatever, and don't have those pressures of time quite so much. That's why the many words and the different time frames.
So my question had to do with when they send you a change, how long, and this process seems to be that the board has to review them and then it gets passed to an administrative person. How long is that going to take? Are you going to,
We're comfortable at this point that we can meet the timing in this proposed bill. Understand that many of these are repetitive. There are several jurisdictions that want to require a manual pull station, fire alarm pull station, where the model codes don't. It may be that through our rules, as we go through the process of updating that, that becomes almost a matter of form approval. So it may not have to go to the whole board because they may approve it as a standard approval, if you will, of some sort. But there's a fair amount of repetition to that. Many of the problems we've found have had to do with officials creating rules without going through the ordinance process at all, or properly approved ordinances that get stale and get out of date. So that's going to be, I think, something, as Gary said, is going to get updated over time to a degree. But I think we're going to be able to keep up with these timeframes. And there's language in the bill here to protect the towns in that if we don't keep up with our end of the bargain, the default is that they are treated as confirmed. Some are unhappy with that language, but that's what's in here.
Did you have another follow-up, Representative Fellows?
so the things that are going to be stale and out of date, how are you going to identify those?
You don't have to dig very hard to find the cities that haven't yet updated, right?
I'm asking about towns.
Statutorily, it's not up to us to find that. This bill says they can't enforce it unless they're confirmed. We're not looking to be the policeman of finding this stuff. It's a feed to us and then back to the towns. There, I think, will be a courtesy discussion prior to January for the ones we find, but this bill does not include the time or the effort to act as the policeman and chase existing problems around.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That sort of goes to the question that was going through my mind. I don't see any kind of penalty for a municipality that doesn't comply with this. Was that considered at all?
Not to my knowledge. There may be penalties embedded in RSA 674, which is where the reporting requirements resides. I don't know.
Are there any further questions? Thank you again. I know I'm not going to be able to pronounce this, so I'm assuming Henry. That is not at all what I was going to say.
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Zumas. I'm here representing the New Hampshire Electricians Board. I'm one of the current members. As far as our board goes, we're fully in favor of this bill. The New Hampshire legislators many years ago have provided the state with a board to oversee all national construction and building and fire codes. This board covers the interests of the fire marshal, architects, general contractors, mechanical and plumbing contractors, and electricians. It also is a portal to know what year of code and amendments to those codes that the state of New Hampshire is following. Senate Bill 443 brings information from the towns and cities of local amendments to the board that has been given oversight and public forum to view and comment on. This information will also allow citizens of the state, code enforcement, developers, project architects, engineers, general contractors, and subcontractors a one-stop preview of what is required by code in the state of New Hampshire. Our electricians board prides itself with the requirements of all licensed electricians to do a code update course every 3 years to keep up with changes in our industry And during this time, all providers review the amendments of the state of New Hampshire has with our National Electrical Code. This has prepared our electricians for upcoming changes even before New Hampshire adopts these codes. In closing, Senate Bill 443 will enhance the education of the state and local requirements for construction in towns and municipalities. I thank you for this time for letting me speak, and I'm open for any.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, thank you. I'd like to call Stephen Rancourt.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Stephen Rancourt. I'm an electrical contractor in the state of New Hampshire, and I'm also here representing the ECBA Electrical Contractors Business Association. As stated by Senator Carson, this bill has started years ago in a working process. We support this bill and hope that you'll move it forward. Again, it's just really trying to focus on having a central spot for all these different code changes or amendments from the local authorities so that we know what they are. And what we found in the process is, as has been mentioned before, they're not aware of, some of them, especially the towns, the actual legal process that they're supposed to go through by the law now. So this helps give them that guidance, make sure that they've done it, and again, make sure that it doesn't conflict with the codes or it's not less stringent than. It gives us a central location when we're doing any work to go and look and see if it's there and what those are, instead of trying to find them individually for every town in 225 cities or whatever there are, towns and cities across the state. And this was part of the concerns that I've heard brought up, and maybe I can answer this a little bit, is this isn't going to really slow down a process or cause any issues with the town. The way that the law is now for adopting codes after a long process before is the code's trying to stay roughly one cycle behind. And so they have 2 years while they're going through the process of adopting the new code to put this forward. Plenty of time. There's not going to be a delay by the building department, the building code review board, probably, because they meet once a month. Occasionally they miss a summer month for whatever reason, but they meet every month pretty much, and they would take it up then if not. But they have 2 years. Right now they're trying to adopt the 2018 code in Senate Bill and House Bill 1681. And that's going to adopt those codes, but they're also working on the 2021 codes. So they're already there. So if they have these amendments, they have plenty of time and plenty of opportunity to bring these forward and submit them and go through the building code board. So hopefully that answers some of the questions. It's important to give us that central location for everything and understand it and just make sure they're following properly. You know, we run into some situations in the town where, as Representative McGuire tried to explain, I live in Pelham, work in Pelham and Hudson, right over the border. One town allows us to put the wire on the service with the wire. The next town, 1,000 feet over, I have to put it in conduit. Don't really live in a different climate or atmosphere or anything different, but some of the inspectors want certain things. And this just allows us to make sure we're aware of what they are when we go to work in the town. So I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Any other members from the public who'd like to speak on House Bill, or Senate Bill, 443? All right. And if you can, at least after speaking, fill out a pink card, please. It's for the record. Well, at least after when you're speaking, if you could please fill out a pink card and bring it up for the record. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you. My name is Raymond Hebert. I am a vice president of the largest electrical contracting firm in the state of New Hampshire. We are in favor of this bill, and the reason for this bill, which would help each and every one of us as a contractor, is to find a home where we can review the codes that are being changed or the amendments that are being changed to these small towns. So we are in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Anyone else from the public who wants to speak? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on Senate Bill 443. And I'm going to reopen, I guess, the public hearing that was recessed on Senate Bill 313 and recognize Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Bob Gaitis, Senator from District 2, and prime sponsor on Senate Bill 313. This is kind of the bill that would not die. Pandemic, omnibus, all whatever, but it's a very necessary bill, and I'm of the understanding that there may be some amendments to it because of work this committee has done on the House side, and I'm fine with that. Office of Professional Licensure and Certification has been somewhat of a bastard stepchild since its inception. It's gone through a number of directors, gone through a number of changes in location, cost structure changes, and so forth. Under the current stewardship of Executive Director Lindsay Courtney, I think it's going in the right direction. This bill is helping to solve problems that we have with the relationship between the director and the boards. And those are problems sometimes related to authority, sometimes related to knowledge base and so forth. So we're morphing from the old system into the new, where OPLC will be basically the oversight system for administration of fees and application process for, I would say, the entire panorama of agencies, of which there are numbers, many, as you know. So it takes out specific fee amounts that are currently in statute, and enables then the body, the governing board or the licensure board, to work with the OPLC director to establish a fee consistent with what the law says in the 125% provision and so forth. Some of those organizations, some of the boards are not within that. Some are paying way too much. Some are paying not enough. That all gets worked out, and I think that'll probably be the result of the study committee. In whatever form that study committee comes out. As I said, I spoke to Chair McGuire, and she's indicated that you've done some work on that. The point is, we need to solve the problem, get that OPLC up into a state of operating efficiency that'll do the job we intended it to do 6 years when we put it together 6 years ago. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of the committee? Peter, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you up there, sir. Good afternoon, Senator. So the purpose of the study committee is a little bit limited, and I'm wondering whether you would be comfortable with the idea that the committee could look at other issues that arise in their deliberations with regard to the pursuit of improvement in the operation of OPLC along the specific specified lines, because some of us on the committee have been working on this for a long time and are very concerned about getting OPLC to be more in the direction of what was intended originally, and I wouldn't want to see the study committee overlook something that maybe is not narrowly what it's supposed to be doing.
I know that the request to look at relative to the funding was specifically from the executive director. And so whilst I would not have an objection to going beyond that, I would certainly make certain that was still an integral part of that study committee. And I would also suggest or request that you clear it with Director Courtney.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there anyone else from the public here who wants to speak on Senate Bill 313? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on Senate Bill 313.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
could I make an announcement, please?
certainly.
I just want to let committee members know that I went to the clerk's office and got a copy of the amendment to Senate Bill 358, which we're going to be hearing next Tuesday. And there were extra copies. I was getting one for myself, so I brought them for everybody.
Thank you. Anything else? And I'll turn it over to Chair McGuire.
Here. Okay. All of these bills need to be exec no later than Tuesday. I am working on amendments to 443 and 313. And Like I said, if anyone wants to talk to me about either of them, I'd be delighted. I will be sending them out this weekend, I expect. What else? What are the other ones?
Are you intending to exec any bills today?
I don't think so. We don't, there are a number of people who aren't here. And I told the people who said they were going to be here that we would only accept the obvious. And after the hearings, I doubt if any of these are obvious.
Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
No, it's, so we will be executing these on Tuesday, most likely. And therefore, if you're not going to be here on Tuesday, please let me know and I will deal with the majority or minority office to get a replacement. And that, I think, is the main thing. And I'll talk about any of the, talk to me in person about the amendments and we'll, if you have any other amendments, please do get them and send them out as far in advance as you can. John?
443 needs an amendment?
443 needs an amendment, the last line, because the Building Code Review Board wants to make sure they have the procedural history before finally approving. So it says shall be submitted to the board within 30 days of enactment or adoption. I just wanted to add, and prior to enforcement. That's all.
While it may not take a lot of time, what about 363, the group 2? Do you think that's going to come, is that an issue?
That one might be, that's the only one I could see we might possibly do today. Do you want to make a motion?
I'll move, ought to pass on 363.
I second.
Okay. I reserve the right to recess this if it appears to be more controversial.
Okay. The case made by the people who supported this bill was that it was an attempt to head in the direction of fairness. And I think we should support that. My view is I really don't like the bill because while I don't want to do the work, I do not like the idea that you miss by 2 months and you've got to do the whole buyout thing. There should have been, I don't like cliffs. I like ramps. I'm not, as I said, prepared to do the work at this hour on that bill, but at least this is a step in the right direction. So on the grounds of fairness, limited fairness, I support the concept of the bill.
Okay, and the second was by Representative Broder. Do you wish to speak to your second?
I'd like to add, yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to add that the burden of this buyback is on the employee. And we heard testimony today that there are interested people that would take advantage of this. And therefore, I seconded the bill and support Representative Sychek's motion.
Right. Anyone else? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I thought that we were going to see a motion to approve 363 as well. I thought the case made in support of the bill was so overwhelming that even though it puts all the burden on the employees when the fault of the situation that caused the change in the statute back in about 2006 was not theirs. Nevertheless, we put them in a box that they need some kind of relief, and even if this is an imperfect bill, I think it moves in the right direction and does something for these people who are clearly under a lot of duress. So I will enthusiastically vote yes.
Representative Shewitt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I was reminded while we were having the hearing on this bill of those of us who've been on the committee for a little while recall an attempt that Representative Pearson made to try and rectify the case of many of these folks. We literally had dozens of people who were in this position come in and testify. While this bill doesn't make them as whole as that bill would have, I certainly wholeheartedly support the attempt to give them some kind of respite.
Okay. Representative Lekes?
Thank you. Yeah, I came into this not really having an objection to the bill, but being skeptical there was any point to it, given the amount of money people have to pay. But given the testimony, especially from the lady from the Department of Corrections, I understand why they might want it. And so I think it's worth a small amount of money, startup money, to go ahead and do this. So I support it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Yeah, I would say that offering these people the opportunity to improve their pensions at their own cost is, something that I don't think we can legitimately deny. All right. Anyone else? Representative Sitek?
Imperfect bills are my specialty.
Ah, it's good to know you have one. Very good. All right. In that case, the motion is ought to pass on House Bill 363, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
She's not here.
In the room. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Well, I'll vote
You're probably
yes.
going to vote yes.
Yes. Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekes.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Shewitt.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Aye.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Crota.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
Something to 1.
11, I get 12.
12
What's that?
to 1.
12 to 1? Okay, that sounds about right. 2, 4, 6.
I got 12 to 1.
12, 13. Yeah, there's 13 people present, so it should
Any
be 12 to 1.
objection to consent?
Is there any objection to consent? No. Okay. Representative Sitek, you can write the report at your earliest convenience.
Okay. I'll email you.
That's perfectly fine. All right, and okay. Thank you all, and we will see you on Monday.
So on the 12th, which is that's Tuesday,
Plan to stay late. We're gonna have to stay late to finish.
I have to introduce my bill in the Senate at 9:45, which is before you even start.
Assuming, and with any luck, you'll get called early enough that you can leave just a few minutes.
Yeah, I think.
We don't have to, on Tuesday, we don't have to accept any bills other than the ones. Like I said, there's amendments on 2 of them, and there's a policy decision on this.
So are there bills you anticipate executing on Monday?
If we,
If you get your amendments done,
I get your amendments done, and
because
we might do them if they're easier.
443 should be, 440